Hello, I am back. A little bit earlier than I originally planned, but only by 5 minutes. But I've just sorted out all the parts so for this next pack. So the next pack was, again, another massive box, and we got 34 to 52 in this one. We're going to start off with our, well, I was going to say final wheel, but I know there's another one because there's a wheel in pack 10, which is the spare wheel. So there's 5 wheels to do for this. Let's just make sure I get chat back up for this stream. Hopefully that's working. Hey Bagdas, excellent. Well, the next pack looks to be pretty much interior for the next for this whole pack. And overall, it doesn't look like there's a lot of parts. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm going to keep saying it. I have no idea how far through I am on this build. Obviously, step-wise, I know how far through I am. But timing-wise, not a clue. Because obviously some stages are really quick. Like this one. And then some take forever, it seems. Nope. That way around. Yeah. Right, so it was DM screws for that. Now, I don't know when I'll have another break, but there will definitely be another break. And I don't mean like a 2-minute break. But that pizza did go down rather well. So again, thank you very much, Ian. Right, bring up our chassis. And we can put our last wheel on our car, because the other wheel will go in it. Again, going to grab our washer, drop that in there, and an HM screw. There we are. We now have a full rolling chassis. A milestone, I think. Next pack, we've got electronics. So I need to double check Mike's webpage and work out what we're doing with the power mod. I do know I need to bind the remote control, so I might just do that bit now before we move on to the electronic circuit board bit. And if you haven't seen one of Mike's power mods, this is what you get. Fancy remote control. This is an RF remote control. Got a 3M tape, so we can stick the circuit board where we like. Got some cables. Obviously, these are bespoke to the power mod that, or the vehicle that you're power modding. We have the power mod circuit board, and we have a USB A to C cable. I think Mike's now doing more A to C as opposed to the C to C cables. Because I don't know about you, but I find I have more USB A plugs than I do USB C plugs. And the other thing that Mike was concerned about is having USB C. He was concerned that people were plugging in into laptop chargers and then blowing this up. So at least with a USB A, you're pretty much guaranteed 5 volts only. Right, let me just find the instructions for the Impreza again for the remote control. So mod can be installed at any point after issue 35. So 35 we are out at the moment, which is good. That's the installing part. We need to do the binding part, which I think is just a case of turn this on and then press the buttons in the right order. So pull the circuit board out, looking just like that. Grab our USB-C cable, plug that in. Right, let's just double check this. Connect the USB-C cable to the remote control circuit board, plug into a power source. Blue LED on the board will light up dimly and then extinguish after 10 seconds. Single press a programming button on the MicLane remote control circuit board. Blue LED circuit board will flash to indicate that the board is ready to receive remote codes. So, plug that in, wait for the light to go off. Right, it's gone off. We can press that button once. So that's now flashing. And we need to press the buttons in a sequence, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, power, auxiliary. I expect that to flash then. So it's got, oh, wait a minute. I haven't taken that out. It works if the remote control has power. Right, try that again, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, power, auxiliary. Has that done it? I don't actually know if that's done it. I expect that to go for a flashing light or something to say it's saved. Let's start again. Plug that in. Wait for the LED to turn off again. Press the button. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, power, auxiliary. I'm sure where I've done this before, that sort of like just stopped flashing and to though it's accepted all the codes. Blue LED on the main control circuit board flashed several times to confirm program was complete. Well, that looks like it's still in programming mode at the minute. Right, let's pull that out again. Yeah, not 100% sure that's actually registering the power buttons. I don't know if this actually lights up when it's receiving codes. Right. So press that again. 1. It does seem to blink when I press this. So 2, 3, 4, power, auxiliary. Is it not registering when the button presses or something? Probably completely confusing it now. Okay, not sure if that's working properly in a minute. Now, I'm sure I've got another one of these remote controls somewhere. Question is where? Just wondering if it's the remote control and not the board. Probably not going to be able to lay my hands on it. If I can't lay my hands on it really quickly, then might have to gloss over the remote control power mod at the minute. Oh, think around it. Yep, I've got another 1 to 4 remote control. Right, that's lighting up. So let's try the remote control first. So let's reset that. Do that. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Power. Auxiliary. Because I'm sure when I've done this before, it's like done a blink, not a pulse like that. I'll try one more thing, which is a different power lead, because I don't think that's working properly. Right, got another power lead. Right, so let's just double check. So, blue LED on the board will light up dimly and extinguish after 10 seconds. It's done that. Single press the programming button on the MicLane remote control circuit board, which is that one. Blue LED on the circuit board will flash to indicate that the board is ready to receive remote codes. Now press the buttons number 1 to 4 on the remote in this exact sequence, waiting 1 second between each press. So maybe I'm not waiting long enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Power. Auxiliary. During the LED, circuit board will light statically, blink each time a button is pressed to confirm the receipt of the button code. When you have coded all the buttons, the blue LED on the MicLane remote control circuit board will flash several times to confirm programming is complete. See, I'm sure that LED should go off. Oh, maybe I wasn't waiting long enough. Maybe I was just being impatient. It's gone off now. I'm sure when I've done others, like the DeLorean, for instance, it done like a quick flash. Right, so let's have a quick look. What have we got electronic wise in here? Do we have any LEDs at the minute in this one that we can test? Doesn't look like it. Right, I'm going to say that's programmed then for now. So we've done the binding of the remote control. So we'll put that one there. We'll pull that one out. So let's get on with this stage. Right, let's get the box out of the way. Right, move that power cable out of the way as well. So what do we have? We are mounting the circuit board to the chassis. I don't know why we've got some clips in a bag and some not in a bag. Are they in different sizes? Possibly. Okay. Put those cables on our poke mat. And we'll start pulling out our electronics. So first things first, we're going to need the circuit board. And that's looking just like that. And all the wires are already attached. So let's make sure we get this correct around. Let's spin the car around that way. And the way they've got it going is a completely different orientation to the board. So that chip's going a different way for a start. But it looks like we have the single green cable going out the back. Red and green one's going this way. So it's going to go that way around. So a yellow cable and a red cable coming this way, which also will be the power cables. Yeah, we've got the blue cable, so yeah, definitely showing that way around. We need some QM screws to secure that in place. Now, apparently this board for the power mod can sit behind the dash. Now, not doing these up too tight. Obviously, don't want to crack this circuit board. Right, so now we need to do a little bit of cable management. So spin that around like that. We do have some sticky tape, sticky labels to help secure all these together. So we need black and black, which is that one, black and white, which is that one, and black and blue, which is that one. So that red white one. Go like that. Right, so we've got those together. And they are running down this gap here. It's running around down here. So they're going through this gap here. Oh, and we've got this clip that is going to run through first. So that red white cable is going to sit there. Those are also going to go through there. I didn't actually check. Do you have two different types of clips? No, we don't. 35B. So we've only got one type of clip. Just don't know why we've got some in bags and some not in bags. I'm sure we've got more than we actually have on the instructions. So that one's going to be in that hole there, I believe. Or maybe it's the other way around. Instructions say the other way, but let's see which way it fits best. I don't think it makes much difference. Right, so what's in there? We need a DM screw. So we can do Mike's bit after we've done this part. So that's fine. Get all the cables routed first. So the only cable going through this next one is this red white cable. And they've got the screw going the opposite way on this one. Like that. I'm assuming it's a DM screw again. Yep. And then this is going down the side like that, and then through that gap there. Single cable clip. And another DM screw. Move a box before I knock it on the floor. And then this set of cables is going down that path. And then this cable is going down this path here. We've got no more clips. We just need to tape that in place. So I've got some tape strips. Try and keep this cable nice and flat. And try and make sure it doesn't, impede that screw hole. That looks like it's then going to go this way. We've got like a cutout for the cable. So it's going to set like so. And now with these ones, that's going to trace down this way. I'm going to tape it onto the back of the battery box. Again, to try and keep them as flat as possible. Now, it almost looks like they engineered this as a gap for the cables to come out of there, but they're definitely showing them bending down this way. So this is one of those points where I bet they did think about them coming out there, but whoever put them together and then took the pictures of the instructions didn't do it that way. So they just taped them in place. So I think I'm going to add a little bit more tape there. It doesn't show to add tape there, but that's just going to hold it a bit neater. And if I run out of tape, I've got some electrical tape somewhere that I can use. That's going in there. And then going around that screw post. Around that screw post. And another bit of tape just going there. Right, and all of those cables are coming out this way. Again, just aiming for that cutout, I think. And I can just tape those down there as well. Right. So that's those cables in place there. Hey Donnie. Yep. It seems to be going fairly smoothly. We're going to be doing all the interior work now. I'm just doing some prep work for the Mike Lane power mod. So starting on the electrics. So that's those in there. Black, blue, red, white. So that's still about these cables. Okay. So is that piece there? No. No, it's that piece up there. So on the side here, looks like we've got to run some cables. So the black blue one. And the red white one. Needs to run up through there. And then we're going to be putting a clip over the top of that. See, it's these sort of stages that are the fiddly ones. Oh, wait a minute. That's a... Okay, so are they different size clips? because that clip didn't seem to fit. Yeah, these ones are smaller clips. Oh, okay, so yeah, I didn't see it, but yeah, they are two different size clips. That's going in there. I'm assuming a DM screw. Yep. So that's the black and blue cable and the red and white cables. Right, I'm going to flip it around and do some cable management on this side. This one seems a little bit easier because the red and green cables look to be just a case of go the same way as each other. So that's in there, and then that's going to run along the side there. Just need to screw that one in. And then it's just a case of run it down here. I've got another clip to go in there. And another DM screw. And then more tape. And do I have more strips left on that one? I do. So it's going to go into that little channel there. And then just one more. So it's going to go like that. And very, very close to those screw holes. Don't like it. Excuse me. Right, and that is actually the last stage of 35, or last step in issue stage 35, I should say. So next up, it looks like we're assembling drive shaft. Before I move on, I will just have a quick look at Mike's instructions. So disconnect cables K1, K2 and K4 from the connection point near the front wheels. Next, bridge these connections with the Y splitters. Now these aren't actually labelled, are they? To say what is what. No. So at what point can be installed at any point after issue 35 when the PCB is installed. However, you will need components from issue 23, 46, 49 So maybe we don't really need Mike's board until stage 46, because I don't have anything that's potentially going to plug into there at the minute, I don't think. Where's the box of cables? Let's have a quick look at these Y splitters. So we've got one socket and a plug. So it says stock board. Oh, they are labelled. K1, K2, K4. Okay, ideal. So let's have a quick look at this then. K1 goes into one of these connectors, and K1 is the green one. So if I just put that on there like so, K2, actually while I do that, let's plug it into here as well. So K1 goes to number 1, like so. So that gives us the socket still. Red is K2. So K2. And that goes into number 2. Like so. And then number 3 is actually going to be K4. Now K4 is the black cable, which is this one. And that's going to go into number 3 on Mike's board. So that's like that. The only thing I need to try and keep hold of is know which is which, but I'm sure that'll be visible when it comes to doing it. We've got an extension lead. I'm assuming that's going to be for power. Not got that point yet. I thought that might be power lead, red and black. And then we've got the USB-C power cable. Right, so let's have a look. That was number 3. Number 4, unplug the battery box cable from the stock circuit board. Well, it's not plugged in. Take the supplied red and black power cable and connect it to the long extension cable to create a single cable. Okay, so we're connecting those two together. Like that. And then we have that plugging into there. And then that's going to power the board. So that's this one. Plug one end into port B on the stock circuit board, which is this one. Yeah, that's B. Plug the other end into PWR on the Mike Lane board. This cable will run underneath the inner floor and roll cage. Yep. Attach Mike Lane remote control circuit board to the void behind the dashboard using the supplied double-sided tape. So we'll do that. I assume it's going to go sort of somewhere around here. But we'll do that once we actually have the dashboard in place. A picture would have been helpful, Mike. on where to place this. But if he's not done this, to be fair, he won't have a photo of it. Choose the desired route to run the USB-C extension cable out the typical down through the engine bay, chassis or wheel arches. So plug that into there. So presumably we can power it by just passing that down through there. Yeah. So that's probably going to be the best route, I reckon. So we'll do that, and we'll leave that fairly loose. Right, so I will get the parts now for stage 36. And this is just the central drive shaft. Should have a load of clips left over. I'm assuming they're going to be used later. Oh wait, no. I think I've missed at least one clip. Right, before I do that then. Red and white cable. Oh, I see. I see. There's a red and white cable. Needs to come, I'm assuming, underneath there. Yeah. Underneath there. And it needs to come out there. And we need a clip just in that point there. So let's get that pushed in there. If I can find my tweezers again. Seem to have lost them. They don't make this an easy point to get to. Let's try moving the wire out of the way. Well, someone's braved the weather.
You need to say thank you to Mike.
Oh, okay.
He's just dashed you quite a bit.
Okay, I will check that in just a second once I've done this fiddly bit. Come on. Right, that's in there. Come on. Here we go. There we go. Right, let's have a quick look. Oh, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, me to tell you about Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate that. So let's do this one.
Dash.
Right. I need to set it up so it talks to me and tells me, like it does with Wayne. Right. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. Have you got the pixel mat yet up on the website? Right, so that clips in there. That was D. And then E was running the green and the red cables. So now we're definitely on to issue or stage 36. So we turn that one upside down. In fact, actually, let's put this down on the pixel map for a minute. And we'll build the drive shaft first. So we have that piece. We got the universal joint. We have that. What am I not seeing? Oh, I see one. So they've got the picture like that. Okay. So I'm thinking, oh, I've got to join those together. And then the next picture, it's got this as a whole thing like this. What it's actually showing is say, put that in there, and then put that between the two. So, DM screws all round. Yep, dashed by the lane. I would have seen it, Rach. But I was doing a fiddly bit. Cheers, Ian. Tell you what, one of my least favourite things to do is these universal joints. On any build. Always super fiddly. Look at the halter line up there. Yeah. Right, so one in there. I'll do the same thing for this one. They are the same, aren't they? Yeah, those universal joints are the same. Right, so that's that universal joint in. And then we need to put the drive shaft between the two. Now, don't think there's a right and a wrong way around for that. Okay, let's grab a stool. Take a seat. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. Oh, there's more flex in this drive shaft than there was in the Supra build. Or whether I should put this into the car the same way I did with the Supra. So you'll see it on Monday anyway. But with the Supra drive shaft, this part was already in the gearbox. And what I did, because there was no wiggle room really, and I saw Wayne had to really bend it, I left that piece in and then just spun it and put the screws in. So this sort of just dropped in. So made it much easier. Right, so now that's assembled, that can go into the car. Let's see how well this goes in. It's going to go in this way around. We're meant to have that yellow cable out there, aren't we? Are we meant to have any other cables coming out there? Or is it just that yellow one? It looks like it's just the yellow one. Wait a minute. I was thinking, that's out the wrong end. No, I've got the car the wrong way around. So that's going to go into there. And that one's going to go into there. Is there enough wiggle room for this one? Yes. Right, so we've got enough wiggle room on that one. Excellent. How are we securing that in place? By this piece, I think. So that's going to go just there. And we're going to use 2 BM screws. Now there's a total of 10 packs, I think. Now this is pack 3, but we've also already used like half of pack 10. So pack 10 has only got a wheel, the windshield, and the rear window in. And pack 9 is the other clear parts, and that's got the bonnet, 2 doors, and the wings in. So 2 packs, almost nothing in them. So as I said, can't really judge about how many packs I've done and how many or how long it's going to take me. I'm on page 68 out of 177 pages. So what's that? A third? Third of the way through the book? Probably a bit more than that, isn't it? Right, so now we're on to stage 37 and we need the exhaust pipe. Right, pop the car down. I'm really liking the poke mat at the moment. It's a poke and parts mat is what I'm calling it now, because it's got parts on it and it's got things poked into it. And we've obviously got this little tray that's sat on the side as well. So there you go, Mike. I've rechristened it as a poke and parts mat. But works really good as a sort of like a side point to your workbench. And as much as I'd love it to, but I think it would snap, if you had a couple of screw holes here and you could screw it to the edge of your bench, I think that would be brilliant. But because it's only acrylic, I could imagine you bash into it and snap it or something. But maybe I'll create a couple of brackets for it, and then it might just sort of extend the length of the bench a little bit, so it just sort of sits off to one side. Oh, you've got a couple of springs in that. Didn't see those. What part do I need first? Oh, that bit. That bit and this bit. So I'm writing the wrong way up for that. Doesn't look like it. Maybe that way up. It should be able to spin anyway if I get it the wrong way up. We need an EP screw for that. Tell you what, the DP screw, the DM screws seem to have definitely dwindled noticeably. As the EP screws actually. So EP screws and DM screws I seem to have used the most of, I reckon, so far on this build. So we've got that like that. Then we have this piece here. Then this piece that's going to go in the end here, lining up those two notches. And then this piece is going to go on the end here. Again, I'm assuming lining up those notches like so. And then we've got these two plates that are going to hook over like that and like that. And now we can get it, put it on the car. So that's presumably going to go, yeah, I can see that's where that's going to go. So I've pulled this out on the exhaust side, which should be fine. So that's going to go in like that. It's going to hook over that one, line up with those two holes, and then that front part there is going to line up with the 4 holes in the bottom of the turbo, which I might need to tweak the location of a little bit. I think I need to twist this a little bit. So I think what I'll do is I'll get those screws in first, which are AP screws, and then I can twist it and shape it to fit along here. Hey, Steve. Right, so AP screws going in here. That turbo is going to move. So we've got one in. the fourth one actually. So I'm just supporting the turbo with my finger. Oops, what have I just flicked off on those pipes? Don't panic, it's not gone far, I know where it is. I'll put that back in place in just a second. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to that other screw behind the drive shaft. So we're just going to use 3 screws to hold this in place. Which is going to be more than enough. Because that's just a push fit in there, that would have been a good idea to put that on before putting this in. Right, let's reattach that pipe before I forget about it. Right, so have I lost one of the springs? No, I haven't, it's there. So now we can position this over all the other points. We need 2 BM screws to hold that bit in place. So we can just flex that in like so. Tell you what, this is probably one of the easiest cars I've ever had to work on upside down because of the way it's been constructed. So no worrying about breaking anything on the top of the car at the minute. And it looks like at the minute, apart from when we're obviously going to put all the screws in for the putting the bodywork on, most of the work on the underside's been done. Still don't know what that cable's for though. We are meant to have that poking out there, but no idea what it's for. Let's put that battery cover in place. We need an IM screw to go into there. I wonder if Jordan at Aligning the Stars is going to be watching and scrutinising this video. You might pick up some tips of which order to do things in. For instance, like putting that piece on there, for instance. Because I think it'd be a struggle to try and get that 4th screw in. And I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to fall off with 3 screws holding it in place. Right, so that's 37. We now have 38. And do we need the chassis for the minute? Or can we put that down? It looks like we don't need the chassis for a moment because we're building up the interior. And that's what that's looking like. Now, this is a plastic part. Right. Everything out of there. Right. Starting off with this piece and this piece. Flip that over, and that's going to sit in like so. Just fill in that void. We are going to use... Oh, wait a minute. Almost missed a step. I know why they've got that void there. It's so you can pass one of these cables through. 38D. We only meant to have one of these cables, I think. Or two of them. No, we've got two. They're just the same. So that's going to go through there. Doesn't say how far you need to pass it through. I thought we were going to grab it or something. Which is why we're putting that bit in first, but clearly not. It's going to fall out anyway. So. Right, I'll do it in a minute. I'll put this piece in first. We need 2 AP screws for that. And that's what that one was actually. Right, I think most of this is going to all be plastic, so I think what I'm going to do is to switch over to this. And I'll just put it on a lower torque setting. Good enough. Right. So, that pipe. Oh, does that lock it? Ah. It locks it in place. Because it just fell out when I turned it over, I didn't think it would it had any impact. So I don't know how far I need to push that through. Or is that just a case of it goes in and locks in? Doesn't look like it's being pushed through very much. So I'm only going to put it through a little bit. Yeah. I cannot see that we use it on the underside. I think this is a bit like the fire suppression lines, maybe? Do rally cars have that? Right, so that's now locked in there. Then we have this one, which is going in the hole next to it. And that was all there is to do in stage 38. We still have this piece, which we haven't used. Put it to one side. So 39. Looks to be the pedal box. Okay, another quick stage. I'll put that in my box of parts. We have a cable. I'm assuming that might be the brake switch. Or accelerator? I don't actually know. Right, so starting with this, we've got these little actuators. They're not actually actuators. Well, they are, but they're fake ones. They don't move. And are they all the same? Looks like it. And they're just going to push it into this point here. Might need my tweezers for that. Evening, D. Right, why are you being so fiddly to go in? There you go. Just like dropped it in then. No, that's got to go and sit underneath that one. And then hopefully get pushed in. I think that first one was a bit of a fluke, it just dropping in the end. Doesn't help that this one's got to go underneath this part. Oh, I got it in. Right, make sure that goes along there. And then finally, this one is going in here. See, this is one of the places where the slowdown happens. It's like, oh, 3 fingers go in. 2 seconds. Nope. It doesn't go in. Right, there we go. So now those are all in, we need to put the pedals in. So 3 pedals. They're going in this way around. Now, I'm assuming that there's a right and a wrong way for them, but they're going to be able to be in universally, it seems. So accelerator, brake, and clutch that way. How are we holding those in? Oh, okay, with this. And we need 2 AP screws for that. Tell you what, the rain's certainly coming down and it's actually lashing down on the roof. Well, I've got a rolling chassis at the moment, and we're now working on starting the interior. Right, so that's our pedal box assembled. Now we need to have this micro switch in place, and that is going to go in here. And we're going to secure that with an AP screw. Right, so that's the brake pedal. So you can see that's working. All it's doing is making a contact. There's no micro switch, it's just continuity. We put that to one side and bring over the floor pan again. And now we have 1,000,001 pipes, and they've really helpfully coiled them all up. So it looks like, okay, so all of them are the same apart from one, it looks like, so that's okay. So let's try and work out what the odd one out is. They look the same. So they're all the same. And let's just do diligence. Double check that one. That one's shorter. Yeah, so that's the shorter one. So the shorter one is 39H. And that is going to go in this first hole here. I feel like I should glue these. Yep, I think I'm going to glue them. So what I'll do, just dab out a bit of glue like that. Dip the end in, and then which one was it in? It was in the first hole. That one. And then we've got 39I, which is one of the longer cables. And that's going to go into the hole next to it. Got to hold it for a minute to let it set, because that one actually just falls through. Right, just studying the picture a second. Okay, so now just trying to work out where the rest of these cables go. So we've got that one there, we've got that one there. I know this one isn't holding itself, so I'm going to glue that one as well for a minute, just to make sure that one is in and will stay in. See what I mean? They're just so loose in there. There's no mechanical fixing for this one. This one's wedged in by that piece. Right, I think that's glued in now. Probably not very well, if I'm honest. Right. So we've got 39I. Is that this one? Nope, that one goes off this way. Where does this one go? That one was H. I'm not pointing that one out yet. We've got two more cables to potentially go in. I'm trying to work out where they need to go. I think they go in the same place, which is through this hole just here. So let's dip both ends in some glue, and we'll pop both of those into that point there. One, two. And they go off this way, apparently. And that was all there is to do in stage 39. So we need parts for stage 40. Oops. Just throw things on the floor. Yep, you did. Have I done my scalpel? There it is. Now, if this is fire suppression, which I suspect it is, assuming this is meant to be some sort of fire extinguisher. Right. First thing we need is this, which has FEV on it, which I'm sure probably says something else underneath it. And this is going to go... No, wait a minute. Have I skipped a step? I have skipped a step, so I didn't need that bit first. I need the pedal box we've created first. And I need this piece. And that's going to go like that. And we need 2 AP screws. That's 1. And 2. Then we need this piece, which is going to go one way or another. Like that. 2 more AP screws to hold that together. Let's go back for this one. So you can put the pedal box in place. Put it on the right side. So all those cables are going to go off that way. Where does this cable exit? not showing me. Can I assume it goes through that hole? Yes, it does go through that hole. Can I see? Do any of these holes need those cables, pipes coming through it? Doesn't look like it. So that was going to go that way. Let's try and line this up. Right, that's all lined up. 2 BP screws for that. Turn the torque down on this, maybe I shouldn't have done. That's better. So that's those 2 in, that's that cable coming out there. And then on this side, we need this. That's going to pop through there. So we've got a little tab. Push it there. And then we've got an AP screw that's going to secure that together. Turn it back over, we've got this piece, which is a footrest. That's going to sit on there, I think. Which way around? That way around. With an IP screw. Not used any of those yet. And Todd, you need to get yourself one of these and redo the instructions. Change the order of them. And better pictures. Especially where it's black on black. Right, we're going to put that together like so. We have a couple more IP screws for that. To be fair, I'm not sure if rally cars have the carpets ripped out. Obviously, all about lightweight, isn't it? Can't say I've ever... No, I've never looked closely enough whether the WRC feature cars with carpets. But my instinct says they don't. Which is probably why this is blue on the inside. Because I bet it's affected the bottom of the car. Excellent, David. I did see your little video, the magnets, so it looked good. Well, you're just going to have to do it then, Todd. And literally, and see if I can quickly find it. There was a stealth pipe, okay, and you could not see it. Let's have a quick look. Where were the pipes? Here we go. So you got a pipe coming off here. You got a pipe going off there, and then you've got these 2 yellow circles. There's a pipe there. And as you can see, you cannot see it. So, stealth pipe. Quick drink, and we'll work out where this then goes on the car and which way around it goes. It's going to go just there. 2 IP screws again. I'm not sure if that's gone in properly, to be fair. Nope, because that screw just fell out. Definitely IP screws, yeah? Yep. Just don't seem to be engaging. It's a very deep hole for a very fairly short screw. Oh, have I got it the wrong way around? There's one with the keyway, that's why. Oh, I'm putting it in the wrong. I'm putting it in the wrong place. It's meant to go there. It was in the wrong place. That's better. That's where it's meant to go. That's stage 40, and we're back on. Now we're on 41. So. To be blitzing through these stages, I have to slice that pipe off a little bit. Oops. Hopefully that's not going to make much difference with that pipe being slightly cut off. Looks like all the same length. Yep. And we're going to start off with this piece. And just put all these on here. Might have to just cut that off square. Right, so that's in there. Then we have this piece. And that's going to sit with those tabs going into there. You haven't told me how to secure that together. That's because it doesn't get secured together at this moment until afterwards. So that's a pointless step, really, because that's not going to stay there. what we do need is these 3 pipes to go through that hole there. And this is going to sit on that point there. It does have a locating pin. And we're going to flip that over and use some IP screws. What time are we on? 8 o'clock. Not too bad. It's obviously definitely going to go well into the night. And quite possibly towards tomorrow morning. But the question is, can I finish before 9 AM tomorrow morning? Because that would be 24 hours when I've started building this. Right, now we can take this piece, and then this piece, that needs a slot there, and then that sits like that. And then we've got JP screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that seems to be the only thing we need JP screws for, because you've got 5 in total. So, assuming that there's 1 spare. Right, that's in there like so. Now we need to assemble our fire extinguisher. Make sure we get this the correct way around. So that's going to go in there that way. That's then going to go on top. I don't know if we actually need to secure that in place first with an AP screw. I made the assumption that it was just going to get trapped in there. Might need to do this one manually. Right, it goes that way around. And then that goes on top like that. And 2 more IP screws will secure that together. And this one is going to go on this side. This way around, like that, and this is going to go here, like that, and this is going to be held together with 2 IP screws, and this is going to be held in with an AP screw. So 1, 2 IP screws. Actually, let's get the AP screws out as well. So there's the AP screw. And then I can just hold both of those in place, hopefully. Right in there. Don't actually need to hold the control box in place, or whatever it is. It's that pin it's got. It's holding itself in quite nicely. Right, so that's those in. And that was all there was to do in 41. So we'll move on to 42. Let's have a quick flick down chat. Yeah, still going strong. Yeah, and it's going well. I mean, we've got a rolling chassis, got the interior they're doing. So pack 3, which is one now, this is 34 to 52. So we've got 10 more stages to do for this pack. And to be fair, the packs aren't that big. I mean, look at this, 42. Hardly anything in it. So, and I say that, and some of the bigger packs, the later packs, pack 10, pack 9, again, there's some large parts in there, but not many. Do we need to use those springs yet? Just noticed there's another little spring in this one. Let's put that in there before it rolls away somewhere. Yeah, we had these springs. When do we have those? A while back. Don't know if we should have used them yet. That's the other annoying thing with these sort of things. When you've got parts left over and you start them wondering, should you have used them? So we've got those springs when we did the exhaust. And we were not told to use them. No. No, we haven't been told to use those springs yet. So, in the parts drawer as well. If you're still around, Mike, I've nicknamed this the poke and parts box. So, not just the poke mat, because heat parts on it. Got a little tray on the side there. So, working well. Right, so we need this piece. We've got this little clear window section. That's going to pop over the top of there. Excellent, Spider Sprue. What build did you do today? I'm guessing it's not taking you 24 hours to do it. We have this piece that's going to go into there. We have this piece. And we have this piece. And I have literally no idea how it goes together. Oh, wait, I see. We have a screw of some sort going in that end. Yes. It looks like a KP screw. Which way around though? That way around. 2 KP screws. Tiny screws. Definitely a manual job for this one. So with that around, we've got KP screw going in there. That's one. And then we can just put the other one in the other side. Like so. And then these two pipes, which I'm assuming are the same, yeah, are going on to these points here. One on there. Just that twist. How am I going to get that on there? No room for it to go on there. And I don't think that's twistable because I think it's moulded. How am I going to get that on there? Oh, just managed it, I think. It's not on there brilliantly, but it's on there. Oh, is this the hydraulic handbrake? I've got that piece going in there. We've got an LP screw to hold that in place. Right. Let's try it on the mat. Right. That's got in. Now we need our spring, which is going to go on there. And then this is going to attach just there. That piston going into there. And we've got a... What screw have we putting in here? Have I put that right up? Surely it's that way up. Yeah, but they've got it this way around. And we're using 2 KP screws. And that's probably the last time we're going to be using KP screws, because we've only got one left in the tray. Which will usually signify that we've just got the spare. Right, that's got to be pushed in a bit because it's under a bit of tension from that spring. Don't know if I expected parts to be this detailed in this build, but we've got the springy, I'm assuming that is the handbrake. So I spin that back round, and then this. This is going here, like so. And This is going here. Somehow. This way around, I think. Oh wait, maybe not. Should have got that one around. That one there, maybe? Which way around is this? This way around. There we go. That way around. And then this goes in there, like that. I'm going to secure that from the back with 3 EP screws. I think Wayne's still having nightmares from the first one, and I might be the same tomorrow. Yeah, it'd be a case of, if I come up with an idea like this again to do a 24-hour build, tell me I'm an idiot and go think of something else. And the way this build's going together, I do think that if I had a build and yeah, I wasn't doing it for YouTube or anything like that, and I had the full build, I could probably have it done in a week. Yeah, in normal days as opposed to non-stop. Right, so now we need to work out what some of these cables are going for. So 39H. So let's find out which one that is. So 39H was the one that came from the front of here. And to be fair, it's not going to make any difference with whether I got it right or wrong, to be fair. But if I know which cable's which, I will do it correctly. So I'll have it run underneath that one. And 39H is going to go onto that nipple just there. Like so. So that's the one that's come from the front hole in that point there. And these two cables coming off here are going into the 2 holes in the bottom of the floor. So we'll poke those down nicely like that. And we'll probably end up cutting those off a little bit shorter. And that was all I was doing, 42. So now on to 43. Alright, so as I said, just about 43. Yeah, that I think you need a week non-stop to do that one. I've been watching videos of that one. Yep. I just hang up on people like that. Nice. I had a look at that one. Personally, I think I'd rather like the Mark III GTR or something like that. Only because I had a Mark III. So, right, parts for 43. Where are we? Probably not tomorrow, but I think Monday I'm going to end up spending most of the time tidying the place up. Right, so it looks like 43F is the majority of these cables, and then we've got one 43G, which presumably is a different length. So we've got two of those and a short one. So first thing we're going to be doing is taking this, and we've got these two little black connectors. Let me get both of those out, and they are going to go into the holes on top of this. Just like that. That's then going to go into this part, and it's going to be this way around with a pin, got a locating pin there. And then we have an AP screw. Put that to one side, and then we take this piece and this piece. Try and work out which way around it is, which is that way. And an AP screw in that end hole. Like so. This is then going to go in here. So this way around. Got a locating peg, and then we have an AP screw to secure that from underneath. And then we've got 3 pipes from 39i, which I believe are just the other pipes that are coming off here. How many have we got? 1, 2. Oh, we've actually got quite a few pipes coming off here. So let's just double check which ones we're meant to be using. So 39i were, just looking where I put them in. So it's 2 that come out of that side. So that's that one. And that one, I think. Yep. So that's those 2. And the other 39i was the one that came from the second hole. So that one. And they're all going to go and connect on here. Yeah, just change which order they go in, because that one's a little bit shorter because of the length of travel. And then that one in that. Excellent. Try and get those a little bit neater down there. Oh, that should go underneath that one actually. Like that. So we've got that going like so. I'm now wondering whether I want them to go underneath these cables here. I'm probably never going to see these. No, it looks like actually they don't go under there, and they're going to be taped together, sort of like that, with another cable. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, only one of those is 39i. So let's go with the shorter cable. The other ones are 38D, which are, let me just find where those ones come from. 38D. 38D. Oh, they're the two that come from the center. They're these two. It should be these two that go on these two secondary ones. That one and that one. So they're the ones coming from the center part here, leaving these two by themselves, but they're going to attach to this point after we attach it to, I assume we're attaching it to, but I can't see anywhere attaching it. It sort of goes there. Does it literally just float there? Oh, I see. I see. So we're going to attach all the cables there, and then it's going to get positioned there. So these 39i cables are going onto these black nipples here. One and two. I will have a quick flick through chat in a second once I've got this worked out. 43F, that's these really long cables. Where the heck are they going? Do I have to cut these? Or do they go travel under the car? So 43F, they've got what looks to be two pipes going through that hole there, and then they disappeared down under the pedal box. Do they go through there and then back up wherever they come up? Does that make sense? This hole here, is there enough length for them to do that? No, I've got to cut these. I'm sure of it, because they've got 43F, they've got 2 coming from here and then going down under the pedal box. Oh, no, no, no. Has this got a hole in it? No. Oh, does it travel? I think I got it. I think I got it. So, they're going to come from this hole, round this pedal box, along here, through this, and then out, and then into that hole. So, let me do that, and then I will promise I'll have a quick flick through chat and catch up. Right. So in there, then they need to thread. I could have done these before putting the pedal box in. In fact, actually, let's pull those out of there, because it's going to be easier to thread that up through there, I think. Does it thread through there? It really doesn't show, to be fair. It just sort of disappears behind the pedal box. But I think there is a gap. No, I don't think there is a gap actually. So I think it's going to have to go sort of under that piece, like that. That's where I'm going to do it. It looks like it goes under the pedal box, but there isn't a gap at this back part. So I'm just going to put it through there, and then I'll trace it round. I think that's going to be the easy way. Right, so those are in there. And then I think, I'd assume we'd go that way. Can we move that forward a little bit? Just enough to create a gap for it to go through. Or is there a gap underneath that silver piece that I might be able to thread this through? No, I don't think there is. I think it's going to have to go like that, personally. And then along there, down there. And then we need to go through this way, like this. So it's going behind those black connectors in that silver box part, like so. And then that's going to sit on there, like so. We can pull those, I can make those neat in a moment, but they're going to go through that hole. So let's secure that in place, and then I'm going to grab a drink. IP screws is what I want. So 1. And 2. Yeah, that was super confusing. So they're going to go through there and through there. Right, so trace that down there, in there, pull that through there a little bit. So, like that, basically. Right, let's have a quick look through chat. We've got a rolling chassis now. We're now doing the interior. So this is pack 3, and that's stage 43. And I think what I've just done is finish stage 43. Yep. So we'll be on to stage 44, and it looks like that's going to be the seats. I thought you were busy doing that, Ian. Brilliant, Mark. Yeah, it was good. Right. It's the same when you your workshop was nice and tidy for filming, Mike. Only gets tidy when things are happening or companies coming. My friend does a new job because it turns out that you can smell a coconut from a mile away. He's going to be a bounty hunter. Ugh. Still buzzing. Thank you, Ian. And thank you, Howard. Gonna have to do a double. Dash. Had to do a double. So what you were saying about you spending your savings? Or are you spending it before she has chance to spend it? Right, stage 44, and we've got a bucket seat. I had that tape. I think I need to take those cables up, to be fair. So I might do that in just a second. Just double check it in a sec. Right. Seat. I feel like half the time I'm just trying to get parts out of packaging. Right, seat belts, come on. There we go. Excellent. Right, let's just go back a second. Yeah, it said about putting that in place, but we also need to tape these parts up. So you can just do a quick tidy up of those. So we'll tie those together like that. those tied. Do have to tie them in a couple of different places. Doesn't show that we need to. It's not very sticky, is it? It's not staying together. Oh, I've knocked that one out as well. Yeah, only seems to have a bit of tape on that piece. Maybe that piece as well. Right, that's not staying stuck down, is it, that bit? That's better. Well, I'm sure she's not just going on holiday by herself. I'm sure she's going to take you too. Yeah, I'll have to share the part worked and part worked pizza to others. Right, I'm going to say it's just that one, I think, for now. I think it's fairly tidy. I think that can possibly go down a bit further. Try and work that out later. But for now, let's put this to one side while we build a seat. So here's our seat. We've got our seat rails. And starting with this side, that one's going to go in there like so. And we have 2 EP screws to secure that. I'm assuming the other side will be EP screws as well. Yeah. Now this is only like rubberized material, so just being careful how much I screw this in. In fact, that doesn't really bite much at all, if I'm honest. As you can see, that just pops out. I think it's more the fact that it's a sort of a friction grip more than anything else. Now they're showing me something on the inside. Oh, I see. We have these as well. So they're going to go on the inside. Are these identical? No, one's marked 1, one's marked 2. Are you going to tell me which one's which? Well, to be fair, the parts are labelled the same, 44G. So, despite the fact they're 1 and 2, they claim to be the same. Right, so that needs to go in like that. That's going to screw into that support then. That's more secure. I'm pretty sure that's the right round. And then on this side, we have the same thing. So grab that support. That's going in there. 2 more EP screws. I think doing it the way I did earlier, it made it easier. Get that through first and then put the support in place. That's better. Well, this one, the wiring is not too bad. I think it's like 4 wires for the actual circuit board, and that's even including the mic lane power mod. And there are some models that obviously have tons of wires. Skyline, for instance. Now we need an AP screw. And we need this red piece. And that is going to go just in here. Got a locating peg. Now it is going into that support. Like so. Now it looks like we're going to be using and threading the belt. So it looks like that's going to go through there. That's then going to secure somewhere under the car. Oh, over here on this bracket here. We're going to use an RM screw for that. And I think that's the first time we've used an RM screw on this build. Right, and then with this one, we have it going through there, hopefully. Around the back. And then through this side. And does it actually clip in? It looks like it potentially does. And I'd argue that they could be left not pushed in. But there is an option that you can just clip them in. I am personally going to leave those unclipped, because if there's no one in the seat, they'd be unclipped, wouldn't they? Ready to be obviously clipped in. Right, and now we're actually putting that seat in. So let's make sure these cables are out of the way. Line those up in the holes, hopefully. Which is easier said than done, considering it's a flexible seat. That's one side. I think what I'll do, I'll try and get those two in first. LM screws. A little bit of oil. Let's go for the manual one for a minute. Right, then moving those cables out of the way, we'll flex the seat and grab two more LM screws. That's not gone in properly. Nope. Clearly not lining up and setting in there properly. Oh. I'll show you why in a minute, why that screw wasn't working. So, that screw wasn't working because there's no thread on it. The camera will focus that close. But yeah, no thread on that screw. Right, so that's the seat in. And that's all there's to do in that stage. And we're going to move on to the other seat now. So stage 45. I feel in the last hour there seems to be a lot more progress. Or maybe that's just because the interior is going together quite well. Right, I'm going to grab myself a quick drink there. Just because I want a cold drink, I've reached for the energy drink. The Coca-Cola with the pizza was very much appreciated, Ian. Right, we've got two different ones of this. So, oh, someone's coming.
When was the last time you checked chat?
Recently? I thought I'd checked chat recently. Why's that crashed? Holy crap, Ian! My chat window had crashed, so it hadn't refreshed. Holy crap! Ian! You get one of these again. See, if I don't mention it, the wife will come up and tell me off. Thank you, Ian. And that was me just thanking you for a cold Coke earlier. Right, I was trying to work out which one of these two side pieces goes in here. So it shows the left seat rail. This one. Got a big R there. And I'm really struggling to work out which way around this goes. And if that's the right seat, that means that this should be the right rail. Oh, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way around. That there. And then these are these marked? They're marked 1 and 2. So this is a third hole. There's going to be a reason for that. Oh, I think I've worked it out actually. So this one's going to be on this side because that third hole is going to be when we put that piece in. So that's going to go in there. That's going to go in like that. What do we need? EP screws. We're going to need 2 for each side. That's one. Nope, completely missed the hole on that one. There's not an easy way to line that up, I don't think. Right, I think I got it. And you can't get your finger in there to push it together. If I can use the tweezers like that. Nope. Come on, screw together. Nope. Let's try the manual screwdriver then. I am positive that is lined up. Ah, there we go. There we go. Now we're in. Right. And then on the other side, we also need this. It's all about that pin to go in. And this is going to have to go this way around. Like so. Come on. Right, let's try to pin it in first then. Right, that's the pin in. And then this has got to go behind there, like that. Let's try and get that EP screw in first. Well, that one's gone in. And this front one, I've got a bit more room to put my finger there. Excellent. And then we've got this red piece, which I think is a seatbelt cutter. Certainly looks like it anyway. And we need an AP screw for that one. Right, and now we need to do the seat belts again. That's going to go through there. And as we did before, that's going to go onto there and secure with an RM screw. RM screw. So that's in there, and then same again with this belt going around the back. Let's do it this way around so you don't get the seam. So one in there, and this way, and that one can go in there. So pull that through like so, and then attach that to the floor pan. I haven't put those on upside down, have I? No. Those ones had points that stick down into the seat. These ones, they're recessed. The co-pilot seat. Co-pilot? Is that what you call them? Co-driver. Obviously sits a bit lower. Right, we need LM screws for that. I need 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So those 2 can go back. Should we dip in oil? It does make a huge difference when screwing these together using just the tiniest amount of oil. Brilliant. And the big one, obviously, head over to Mike Lane's website and buy yourself something. You know, buy yourself a model. Get a free screwdriver. Hey, Scott. Things are progressing well. And that was all I was doing, stage 45. So we're now on to 46, which is the dashboard. Just having a quick look. Yep, for the next couple of stages, we won't need this part. Let's move that away from risk of cutting. Believe it or not, that is a solid piece of metal. They could have done that in plastic, but they have chosen to do it in metal, and it weighs a significant amount. It probably weighs more than the entire floor pan at the minute. I think I'll try and cut that bit out from the other side. I think it's going all right. It's difficult to say because, as I say, this is what, pack 3, and we're coming towards the end of it. There are 10 packs in total, some of which I haven't touched. But yeah, we've already got that effectively. So a lot of the rest of it's got to be pretty much bodywork. So it's difficult to say without pulling out every single part. But we are at, where are we? Page 84 out of 177. So we're, according to the book, we're almost halfway or thereabouts. So could be, based on that, good for completion. Right. So, is that self-adhesive? Or is that printed on? That's printed on, I think. But how's that going to stay in there? Okay. I expected that just to fall out. Okay. That is just a press fit. It just sort of fell in place. But it's not going to come out. Okay. I was a little bit skeptical. I'm going to flip that over, and we've got the LED for the dash. Which is going to go into there. And then it's going to come this way. Try and get it to sit between those points there. And then it's going to come out that way. And we've got, using 46F, which are the clips we had earlier, which I think are the shorter ones. Soon find out if they fit. We seem to have more of the shorter ones than the longer ones, so that's my guess. One, two, and the third one. Going in there. Excellent. I don't know if they're getting worse, Mark. Right, we need some DM screws for those clips. Oh, we actually had some clips in this one. I didn't notice that. But I just used the ones we had from the previous issue. Should we use those in the previous issue? I don't know. Right, then we've got a couple of small details in here. And we've got this piece. So this one is going to go this round. Pressed in like so. We are going to secure that with an AP screw, and then I'll push that one in when I've done that. AP screw. And this has got a D-shaped pattern. That's going to go in like so. And that was all doing in 46. So 47. We have our steering wheel and steering column. And that's another piece of metal, as is the steering wheel. First thing I'm going to do is place that in there, like so, with the wiper detail. If you can see that or not. That's then going to try it again. You need to try and fit that on the side just here. Like so. Does have a key little peg. We're going to need to use a DM screw to secure that. Oops. So that's in there, like so. Then we need this piece. That's going to go up through there. And we've got our steering wheel, which has a D-shaped pattern. And we've got an MM screw that's going to secure that together. MM screw. Well, that worked well. Right. Right. So that's our steering wheel in. We have a center cap. Which presses in like so. And that's all we'll do in that stage. Still got this bit. Double check we weren't meant to use that bit. Not that I can see. I wish at the end it would show you the parts that you've still got left over. Just to confirm that they are a part you're not using yet. So, stage 48. Cheers, Bergdis. There you go. Ian's part working pizzaing anyone now. Yeah, coming in handy at the minute. So it has its uses. It's not perfect, but certainly when I was doing the plastic parts, it done a really good job. Almost feels like Russian roulette. Right, so let's put that to one side for a second and work out what we're doing with these parts. So we've got these little vents. Now there's a big hole and a small hole for matching up the pegs. Let's try and work out which one goes where. That one definitely goes on there. Yeah, there we go. And then we have this piece that's going to go on the end there, and we're going to use an EP screw to secure that together. EP screw, there we go. Then it looks like we need our dashboard and this piece. And this will be going just in here, like so. And we've got 3 LM screws to secure that together. 1, 2, 3. Now we take our steering wheel and move it this way around. That's going to attach just there. 2 more LM screws for that. 1, 2. I don't know if you ordered the same one, Kev, as this one, but I do like the fact that this one has a variable torque. So it makes it useful for switching between metal and plastic screws. Right, now we're going to be putting in the vents. That's going to mount just there and there. More Allen screws. See, the question is, how long does Rach stay awake? She's been up since about, what, 5 o'clock this morning? And I think you said you got to bed at like 1 o'clock this morning? So, what, function on about 4 or 5 hours sleep? Right, so with that in, that was all let's do in stage 48. So we now can move on to 49. And yeah, there's only up to 52 for this pack, so. So what was it, 100? Did someone say 110 stages? Yeah, so we're coming up on the halfway mark for stages. But also, right at the beginning of this, there was a load of fiddly bits with the engine and the suspension, etc. So we shall see how the rest of it goes for fiddly parts. Right, we need this piece. And believe it or not, actually is a functioning little switch. That'd be the kill switch, I'm guessing. Yeah, work out which way around it goes. Oh, my tweezer's gone. There they are. Right, so that's in there like so. How's that being held in place? Don't know at the minute, but we've got this switch to go in. So that's going to go in like so. And then we're moving away from that bit for a second, bringing over this piece and this switch with the red wire. That's going to sit in like so. Might need to bend those terminals. That's in like that. And then this looks like it's going underneath the red kill switch. Yeah, I think that switch actually needs to go this way around. Just so those terminals are out of the way for when I put this one in. Like that. We're going to use 2 IP screws for that. She'd just be worried on buying more models. I'm going to try and keep going through the night. The idea is that hopefully by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, this car will be complete. So we shall see how it goes. If I'm completely dead on my feet, then yeah, I might have to call it. But for now, I seem fine. Well, you say all night practice. I mean, I've gone like, well, I've done the Aston Martin until 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday night. And then I think even when I stopped doing that, I was still playing on my phone for a while. So we've got that red kill switch. That's actually a button. But we've also got a button in front of it as well. Next we have that piece going in there. And again, that looks like a bit of a seatbelt cutter as well. Obviously a health and safety thing. Not just a push fit. Bring over this piece. Try not to lose that piece. Where's that piece go? Do we net that bit? Yeah. 49B. Oh, we need 49D though, which is this piece. But we have not been asked to use 49B yet. That's going to attach just there. And we're going to attach it with 2 LM screws. And that was 49 done. We've got this piece still. Looks like a switch of some sort. I can see where it goes. Were we asked to put it in? Oh, we were asked to put it in. So it just goes in there, like that. So, stage 50. Again, small bag of parts. And it looks like we're going to need the floor pan. So, starting with this piece. That's just going to sit on there. And we're going to secure that with 2 MP screws. Something I guess a spider sprue would call members of parliament screws? Government screws? I don't know. If I come up with any new ones, spider sprue, you're going to have to use them in a video. That's assuming that you're still here editing your video in the background. No, I don't believe it. HCM's a good influence. Oh, what have I done? Can't quit now, otherwise you have to take it apart and start over again. It might be possible, but at the minute I've gone for the cold relentless at the minute. Oh, I think the wife's coming again.
Chat, chat.
Ah. Thank you, Todd.
Dash.
I appreciate it, Todd. It seems to be that a minute, if I don't see a dashing within about 30 seconds, Rachel will come out and just tell me that I've been dashed. To be fair, I could stop her from doing that by allowing the Echo Dot to actually announce again. I turned it off because the kids were announcing and the door was going and stuff. So, computer, turn off Do Not Disturb. And hopefully the fact that I use the word computer and not Alexa will mean that all your devices haven't just gone off. Right, I've secured that down with 2 MP screws, haven't I? Yes, I have. So, Rage, you are now able to announce into the workshop again. Right, this has got a little nipple on it. So I'm trying to work out which way around it goes. Ah. It's also got a little tab to go into that hole there. So, makes it easy. We've also got this one, and that's going to marry up on that side. And 2 IP screws in each of those. One, two, 3, and 4. Oh, no, plastic, so don't need to dip it into oil. Right, that screw's gone. No, I won't worry about the second screw on that one. It'll be fine. Right, still with stage 50. Right, this is a bit all over the place. So I'm going to put this to one side. And then bring up the rolling chassis. So, rolling chassis. And we've got this piece. I don't know what we're doing with that piece at the moment. But what they actually want us to do, which is obviously something we could have done ages ago, is install this. Don't know where that's going to... Oh, I can see where that's going to sit, actually. That's going to sit like that. I'm assuming that we haven't had to do anything with that piece at the minute. It's difficult to tell in the picture, but it looks like that's just going to go over the top of it. Don't know where that piece is going at the moment. It's got a circle around it, but it's not making it clear where it goes. And that's obviously going to go there. And we've got this little nipple on the end there, but we've got a screw in the end of that one, so it can't just go in there, can it? Where is that going? It goes into a black part. Oh, I see where it goes. I see where it goes. It goes into the top of the gearbox. I'll try and line that up first, I think. And try and manoeuvre other parts around it, I think. That's it. Position that. Push that down into place. Drop that cable. Come on, out you come. There we go. Right, that's going to have to go in like so. That's in-ish. That's in there. That cable's not trapped anymore. Right, I think. Is that in? I think that's in. Let go of it, and it hasn't popped. Right, okay. How are we securing that? Secure them with 2 EP screws. Dee -dee -dee, dee -dee. 2 EP screws, and they're going in from this side. One, 2. Now, obviously, could have done that ages ago. Now we need 8M to secure to there. Now I have to check whether that's what. No, that one is that one. I know that one. So I had to glue that one probably. Yep. Let's glue that one. It's loose because I made the end of that wider. Right, 8 8M is the cable that I need to put in place. So let's go all the way back to 8 and try and work out where 8M comes from. Oh, 8M is the one that comes from the top of the gearbox. So the one that I wasn't quite sure what it was doing, and I think I tucked it this way. See, this is one of those things that they could have told us where it went a lot earlier and not made us guess. I'm not sure this is going to have the length to reach where it needs to go. Can I see it from the top? I can. Oh, it does have the length. So that goes on to that silver piece there. Again, as I say, could have done that ages ago. So that's step E for 50. And then F. We need 17N. Now I think that's those silver parts. Let's check. 17N, yes. So that's these parts. And I don't know how easy I'm going to be able to show you this. If I flick it around that way, maybe if I show you on this camera. So these are going to go from there, got a couple of holes in that bulkhead, to there. And that one's going to go there, and then there. And we're going to secure those with JM screws. See, we could have put this bulkhead in ages ago. And from the looks of it, we're doing a lot of bits we could have done ages ago. That's the thing that infuriates me a lot of time. When you have all these parts just laying around and there was literally nothing stopping you from attaching them to the car or whatever you're building. Because now that those are in place, we can take our top mount covers and put those in place. And they're just a push fit. Like so. We've still got more for stage 50. And we have these blue pipes. Now trying to work out where they actually go. They go from the bulkhead to near where this black pipe is. Almost looks like they go onto the black pipe. But I've already got this on there. That should go on there. Yeah, that looks like it's going onto the black pipe. So where should that... Oh, I think... Okay, I can see. Right, we'll take that one out for a minute. There's a tiny, tiny nipple next to that black union. So let's try and get some glue on that. So where I thought it went onto the black part, it's actually going onto the top of the engine block. So I'll just leave that there for a second to let that set, and I'll put a bit of glue on here as well.
Motion detected at front garden.
Right, so then where do I put his blue bits? So these blue bits are going onto that black piece and into the firewall. Now, I don't actually know how best to do that. But I think I might end up gluing this as well. These are rigid pipes. They might go together. There we go, that's one. Oh, the white's back.
You've been part of that again.
Well, it's too small for a pizza.
No, it's
I don't know what to do. Maybe I should...
You have been part work pizza'd.
What have we got? Got garlic bread. And a little tiny pizza. What have we got here? Chicken bacon. Thank you, Ian. What have you got then, Rach?
You don't need veggie pizza.
I think Rach has come to raid the cider stash. She's trying to work out where the cider stash is now. Oh. I'll send it in the post. Oh no, it's not a garlic bread. It's a cheese. It's a cheese and tomato.
There's also loaded fries.
Oh, and fries as well. Thank you, Ian.
You don't like veggie pizzas, I'll bet have that.
The wife's stolen the veggie pizza. Right, so where was I? Blue pipe. What have I done out of a blue pipe? There it is. So that's, again, going to go into that firewall. And then onto that black distributor, I guess. Come on. Bend. Try not to snap the blue pipe. Come on. Almost. Yes. It is on the nipple. Right, that's those blue pipes in. Then we have to find 18N. Now, have we put that piece in or not yet? (18N) was the silver pipes with just one end. So I don't think we put those in. No, we haven't. And we need both of those. And they're going to go they need to go onto these blue points here. And to be fair, it might be easier just to pull this out. Did I glue them in? I don't think I glued it in. Maybe I did. I was thinking it would be easy to pull them out so I can push this on the end properly. I'm good for the minute. And then this one is going to be the difficult one to get to because it's underneath that point there. And again, we could have put these on earlier. I think that's in. Yep. Now, where do we need to route those to? Trying to work out where they need to go to, because it doesn't show you that. Oh, yep, in the next picture it does. So they need to go into the bottom of this black piece, but they also need to route this way underneath that exhaust manifold. Like that. Have I lost a pipe out of there? I have, it's that one. I thought I glued that. That should be in there. Right. Let's try routing that one the same way. Under there. Put it out there. And then try and work out blindly where this is actually going to go into that piece there, because I cannot see where. It looks like it goes sort of in the centre. If I just switch to that, I think it goes into these points here. Not that one, that one. I can't see that they're going to stay there very easily, personally. Yeah, they sort of, well, they do go in. They're very loose. I might glue them, but they do go in a fair way, so they might not fall out. Right. That's those. 17J. What was 17J? See, this is an annoying thing where you've got to go back in the instructions. So 17J was a bit of flexible tube. So was that one? I'm assuming it was. And that needs to go somewhere in the engine. I don't think it needs to just go in that hole. It does almost look like it just goes into that hole. Yeah, I think actually it does just go into that hole. But it attaches it says 17J, it says flexible tube, but I don't think it's that colour. I think it's that one, actually. Yeah, it's actually that silver one, not the rubber one. So again, this is going to go up inside this black piece. Try and work out where. I think it's on that. That piece there. Okay, I might need to put it in the hole first. Right, that falls right through that hole. So I think I'm going to have to glue that. Right, got some glue on the end of that one. And I'm fairly certain it goes in that piece there. Right, so I'll leave that for a second just to set before I try and manoeuvre it into the other position. Right, that's then going to go down into that engine hole. There. Like that. And then we have 18H, which might be that other rubber pipe that I had. 18H, yes, I think it is that one. And that is going to go from that point there over to this point here on the bulkhead. It's going to have to go under there. Let's switch back to that camera. Can I wiggle that? I can a little bit, but I don't think that's going to be enough to allow me to put that in the right place. Oh, it's all moving. Okay, so if I move that forward, lost it. Right. Going to try and get it on there first and then maneuver it underneath the manifold. There we go. Let's see if it will stay there while I move this under here. Stay on there. We just need that on there. Right, done it. And that is all there's to do in stage 50. Oh, right. I think what I'm going to do, just take a 5-minute break, enjoy a drink, and have a little bit more pizza. So I will be back momentarily. And we're back. So, that was end of stage 50. 51, 52, 53.
Time guardian lights on.
So it looks like the next bit is just roll cage. So looks like we can put the chassis to one side. It's actually getting quite heavy now. All those components on it. So 51, 52 is that. So not a lot. And then that is actually going to be the end of that pack. So there's my scalpel. There it is. I've seen that Ian has signed off. He's feeding everyone else pizza and forgotten to feed himself. No one obviously sent him a partwork pizza today. Right, so we'll leave 52 to one side for a second. So with this that way around, it's highlighting this piece for me. We have this part here. Got a peg that's going to go into there, and then we're going to secure that with an IP screw. Oh, was that it? That was it for 51. So 52, which is the last stage in pack 3. So 3 packs, and we're what? Almost halfway through the stages. So packs do not equal how much we've got to do. So, if you count packs, we're not halfway, but if you count stages, we're more than, well, almost halfway. Right. Now we've got to work out how this joins to this. So this is going to be fun. We have that way around. This piece. So all I've got is that and then dotted lines in the instructions. So this piece has a dotted line that goes all the way to this one. And then this one goes onto this one. So let's try that. I think I see how it goes. Like that. Like that. And like that. There we go. That's the way it goes. Like that. and we are joining that together with SM screws. I'm glad it's all SM screws because the pictures are so close up, you would not have any idea where they're even pointing to. Right, SM screws. Right, which way around are we doing this? That SM screw's got to go in from this side. That's not lining up properly. So I've got a peg to go in as well. Let me have a better look at that one because no, I think that just sits like that. Oh, as that one seems to semi be lining up, and it's actually a sort of a U shape. I'm just going to leave that loose so I can just sort of clip that in and give it some maneuverability. Then I think I'm going to do this center one. Which is going to go in there. And then this one we shall hopefully have lined up now. Right, I think that's in. Then we can just tighten that one up. I don't know if this actually goes onto the chassis or if it goes into the bodywork. But that, I believe, is all we're doing that stage. And all we're doing in that pack. Well, it was just highlighting that that pin goes in there. After I put the screws together, it highlights about that pin. Not useful. Right. So, we move that to one side. But we are going to kick off the next build pack with the other half of that roll cage. So, pack 4 is looking like that. Smaller box. We've got 53 to 72. We do need to get a couple of bits from pack 11 and pack 10. Now, 66, 67, there's very little in pack 10. So I can only assume that's got to be the wheel. Maybe. Right, so we need 53, which is going to be that piece. I think I'll put the rest of this to one side. So it should be a little bit easier to work out how this is going to go on here, because I can just mirror what I've got already. So that's going to go there, 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 and there. Like that. Can I assume they're SM screws again? They are. One, two, three. Let's try that one in first. I almost feel like that one should be a longer screw. That one's going in well. And then we've got that one going in there. And that was 53. So 54, let's find that one. I haven't organised these parts into an order. 71, 65, 62, 63. What number, Master? 54. There it is. We have another wire and some LEDs as well. There we go. There we go. Right, so we're going to start off with this. This piece is going to get this in there like so. I'm assuming it's going on the inside anyway. Looks like it. Going to use 2 EP screws for that. Probably not going to stay and hold itself, is it? Nope. Need to use a ratchet screwdriver more often, I think. That's making short work of that. Oh, I say that. It's not even screwed in. Well, it did, but this is like rubberized material. So it doesn't really screw into it very well. Right, I think that's about the best it's going to get. It's in there. Next we need that piece and this piece, which is the switch. And with it this way around, we have that going in like so. And this is going somewhere on the roll cage. Just here. Like that. I'm going to use a DM screw for that. and we're going to trace the LEDs this way through that point there. We need to use a clip, which we had some in this stage. DM screw? Yes. Educated guess. Now it looks like the LEDs extend to about there. Although in fact they are branching one off like so and one like so. And then we just need to tape them to the roll bar there. I did see we have some tape parts, we do. So that one's going to go like that. And hopefully I can tape it in place. Assuming it's not 100% critical exactly where it's being located. But that one goes there. And then this one just follows that roll bar there. Do it on the inner side of the roll bar. That's like that. And then this cable runs around here. Like so. And then we're just going to clip that in place. One. Right. So I've got 3 of those in place for a minute. Use some more DM screws for that. Third one in there. Fourth one just going in there. Oops, come here. So we've got the plug there, and that cable's just running around like that. And it does go over that bar, so that's good. And that was all we'll do in stage 54. So now we need 55. We haven't used those additional bars, have we? No. Just double checking. 54B, 54A, 54D and C. No. We have not used or put in those additional bars. So they can be added to my pot. As can that. I don't know what that's for either, is it? Right, stage 55. Going to be more roll bar parts. Yeah, she can deal with beavers. She can definitely deal with me.
Have you seen bricks and sprues come in?
Getting there. Yeah, that would be really, really useful in this build. I've got, well, I have less now, but yeah, at one point I had loads. No worry, bug this. Thank you, Keith. Right, so we need 55B, which is this one. And that is going to go just a few locating pegs. Got those points there. They face up, face down. Looks like they face up. This part I'm putting in is only plastic, so it has a bit of flex. There we are. What's Mark said? Rachel's laughing in the background, so I knew it had to be you, Mark. So this is the start of pack 4. Yeah, pack 4 out of 10 packs. But I'm over halfway through the book. So pack count doesn't really make much difference. This is stage 55 out of 110. And I've only done 3 packs. Right, now we need 55A. And we need to work out where it goes. I don't think it matters which way round it goes. I'm assuming it goes in there. How does it go in like that? So it does go, if it does, it goes this way around. I don't know what's worse, black on black or blue tube against blue tube against blue tube. Again, that bit's plastic, so there's a bit of flex in it. Right, so that's in there like so. I think that's correct. But the way they've done the picture is that it's like this angle. So you really can't see where that piece goes. Right, now we can put that to one side for a second. And we need to bring up the floor pan. And we have this piece. And with those tubes going like that, that's going to go in like so. We're going to secure that from underneath with 4 LM screws. So that piece is metal. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that was all to do in stage 55. Where's 56? There it is. Again, not many parts in 56. Looks like we're back to exhaust parts. Yep, so we're going to need the chassis. We've got another spring. Don't know if we're actually using that at the minute. Looks like we will actually be using that one, so I'll leave that to one side. So first things first, that goes on there, and that goes on there. And we just need some IP screws for that. 1, 2, 3. I That's going to have a right and wrong way up, isn't it? Let's go with that way. Try and work out which is top and which is bottom. It's going to go that way, so that means that is going to be that way up. And with those in place, that then goes like that, and another IP screw to secure those together. And now we can put that on the chassis. I know what that piece is for. Well, I know what that piece is for, and I know what that spring's for. And it now makes me wonder if I should have put those springs on the exhaust earlier. I don't remember seeing it. I'm sure I double checked, but you can see we've got this little strapping here and here. So the reason I question it is because when I put this on here, we've got this piece here and this piece here. So that's going to sit on there. Just pushed in like so. And try and get that to go on the 2 points that it needs to without snapping the exhaust. I think might be an idea to remove that screw. That'll give some flex to the exhaust hopefully. There you go. So that now just drops into place. We can replace that one. We can use 2 HM screws to go in there. And then with this piece, it's going to go over those points there, and then we've got the spring that's then going to go over there and then over there like that. So I'm just going to quickly go back and just make sure that these didn't need those springs in place. They did. Just wasn't clear in the picture. So easy enough to sort out. He says. Get off this end now. Don't see what purpose this spring has, if I'm honest. Oh, got it. Let's just try this one. There we go. So they're in place. And that was all I was doing 56, so we're now on to 57, which looks to be a whole load of pipe work. And we're on to the interior and more of the roll cage. So we need the roll cage, we need the interior. Put the roll cage to one side for the minute, because the first thing we need is that. But you can see, lots more pipe work. So this one's actually got a bit of wire or something in the end there. Um, 57F, we should have two of those. Is that those ones? Nope, that's different. Trying to find the ones that are the same, which look to be maybe that one. .57B, we've got two of, which I think is that. 57F, which I think is those two thicker ones. Got two of those. Then we've got 57D, no, 57O, which has that in the end, but we've also got another one of those. Now, because they've coiled them up, I don't know which one's the longer one. I'm going to go with O being the longer one, just because the coil is longer, or bigger. So I might have to just do a bit of guesswork when it comes to getting to those pipes. But we've got the two that are paired. None of the others are paired, they're all individuals. I just hear Rach giggling in the background now. Hey, Michael. I've had an energy drink, but I'll probably make a cup of tea in a minute. I've not raided the beer just yet. Right, so got a couple of caps to go on. One's 57I, one's 57L. This one is I think. Yeah, this one's actually got a peg on it. And that's going to push in there. And then this one is a peg on the pipe. And it's going to push on like that. And this one is 57G. So we actually need 57H first, which is going to go just in there, like that. Do I need to screw that in? Doesn't look like it. That's a Very, very loose fit. I'm sure it goes there though. It looks like it more goes there, but there's no hole there. The picture looks like it sits there, but there's no hole. The only hole is that one, but that looks like a screw hole. Yeah, and then the next picture it shows it's there. But there is no hole for it. Confused by that one. There you go. So you've got the WRC bit there, and that pipe is there. So WRC bit, there is no hole in that gap for that to go into. Any insights? Anyone?
Don't do that bit yet.
Good night. Have a good one. Right, I'm going to leave that because I'm confused. I'm sure that's a screw hole, so I'm not putting it in that hole. We have this piece that we had before, and that's where this one is going to go. Like so. I've got a AP screw going into that one. So that's in there like so. And then where is this going? Apparently nowhere at the minute. So put those there for a second. Put that part there and that part there. I'm going to bring over the roll cage. That's going to locate just like so. And then it's just telling us where to position each of the corners. And then in each of those, we'll put in an LM screw. So only 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. Now we've got that in, we can place this piece in. Looks like it goes behind the driver's seat. Why couldn't I put that in before putting the roll cage in? Because that's got to now try and squeeze in behind that roll bar. Got that slot, that screw hole that's got to go onto those points there. Got that cable that's sort of in the way as well. Trying to work out where they run. But yeah, that roll bar, good thing it's plastic, that one. That just sort of flexed into a different position, which might have helped. Try and get those two cables out of the way. I'm sure this could have been put in before the roll bar.
How are you feeling in truck mud?
All good. All good, Jodie. Just frustrated by lack of planning in some of these order of operations. How am I going to... I know how that's meant to go in. Oh, I think I've got it. I think it's just gone. It's just gone into place. Right, how am I securing that? With an EP screw. There we go. But I've still no idea where that other pipe goes. As I say, it looked like it went in there, but there's no hole for it. Right, attach the dashboard to platform and roll cage. Before fixing the parts together, pass the green and red wires from the control panel through the platform's hole. That hole, I'm assuming. Yeah, fairly short, passes through that hole there. So just pull those through. Now, how does this actually secure in there? Oh, I see. I see. It secures to the roll bar like that. And we're securing it with LM screws. So that's in there like so. Just checking where that steering linkage is sitting. Not that I think this is going to, the steering's actually going to work, because it seemed a bit rubbish on those gears. But as I keep saying, I'm not driving it around the dining room table, so it doesn't really make much difference whether the steering's going to work or not. We do need to secure that point down somehow. Although we have another screw to put in beforehand. So it says make sure that's in there, and then it shows a random piece with an EP screw, and then you have to figure out where that random piece is. Okay, I think it's that piece there, and it's the lower part of the dashboard. And it would have been useful to know that needed lining up. There it goes. Another EP screw. So that's going to go in just there. You have to wonder about some of these things, because that, to me, is almost a pointless screw, because that's never going to come out of there because we've got the dashboard holding it in place. So that's the LM screws in. 47G. What part was 47G? So back to 47. Okay, it's that piece. I know what that piece is. This one. So 47G goes in over the steering column there, like so. And we need an EP screw for that one. What's the time? 11 o'clock. Not too bad. And with that in place, we now need to flip those over. Wait. Nope. No, we're going back to the chassis. So back to the chassis. Oops, nudge the camera. And we're going to route this green cable. And that's going to go through there, through there, through there, and through there. And we're using 35B clips, which were the smaller clips that I think I used earlier. So it doesn't really make much difference. It seems to be the same size. And to be fair, if they didn't want me using them elsewhere, they would have told me to use them in the first place. We've got some more DM screws to hold that in place. How many got? 4.
Yeah, did you put 38C in there?
38C.
Maybe 5/7 inch fits into 38C.
Maybe 57H fits into 38C. Was that pipe? $57H. Yeah, 38C. So 38C, I am certain, you can't really see now because I've put the Volvo bar in, is this WRC bit, okay? Or it might be the base. Let me just check what they say 38C is. But there's no hole for it. 38C. Let's see where I actually put 38C in. Did I put 38C in? I think this is 38C. Was I meant to put 38C in and that they weren't actually just pointing to 38C? But they haven't actually asked me to screw it in, as far as I can tell. Right. Where's that pipe? Let's go back to that point there. So if that goes into there, it's just not clear. So that's that way round. That's that way round. So maybe that goes into there. Like that. But how that sort of translates to going into that point, because I don't think... Do I know? Those two holes there, I reckon. So that sort of slides in. But it hasn't shown me to put any screws in there either. No. I'll see if I can slide this in. A little bit more difficult with the roll cage now. Let's move this out of the way. Right, let me just go back a second, because I can't see where 38C would have been put in place at the minute. And if they're expecting you to do it at that point, that seems a bit ridiculous. Well, it's not my fault then, is it? If it's not marked. No, 40E. Oh, I see what you mean. Yep, it is in the picture under 40E. Yeah, I bugged us is looking at the instructions online. Look, it's here, actually. Damn it! There. Two AP screws. Hold that in place there. So, I'm probably not likely to be able to put this in. Because of the fire extinguisher. Can I loosen the fire extinguisher to get this to go in? There were no pipes going to that, were there? If this doesn't work, then these parts are getting lost. Right. So I'll take that out. And then we shall see if this can slide in.
Can you take 40E out?
Not easily. But I think I might actually be able to do it this way. All I need to be able to do is hopefully slide this in under. If I loosen that, where were you at stage 40? It bugged this. Right, I think I need to pry that up, push that under. This could be working. Don't know if I can pry it under or push it under enough. See, I can undo the screws that are holding that in place, but because of its location, I can't actually remove it. That seems to have to go under a lot further. Let's see if I can get that screw complete and just lift. Yeah, that's completely out. That's completely out. that's why I can't get it fully under, because there's a peg. I definitely can't remove it completely, but I think I've managed to get it to go in. Yes, I have. It's lined up. Now, I might not necessarily be able to get the AP screws in, but it's got a peg, and that'll be enough to hold it. If I'm honest, I wouldn't have liked having that spare part. I would have gone back through the instructions and then realised it, and then I would have not been able to put it back in. Right, I'll put that pipe in just a second. I need to try and squeeze this in now. Get that back into place. Right, so that's almost back together. So thank you, Bergdis. Right, now we can push this pipe into a hole that is there now. Hopefully. Which way around did it go? Did it face forward or backwards? Lost what page I'm on now. Faces backwards. So it's that way around. Right, it's in. Hooray! Right, what was I doing before that? We've done that, we're back on the chassis. That's right, putting those cable clips in. And secure those ones with the DM screws. Oops, okay. Right, so that's out like that. Then we've got some connections to make. So this yellow one connects up like so. Now they're asking us to connect the red and black one. Obviously that's going to the power mod, so don't need to worry about that one. It is saying about just stuffing the cable down there. So I'll stuff the battery cable down there as well. This one I'll probably just stick down here somewhere. I might just tape it with that actually. Right, so that's a power mod cable there. Hopefully that won't cause me a problem. If it does, I'll try and drop it into that gap. Let's just check actually if that is going to cause me a problem. I think it might, because there's no space for it. So I think I might just run this down that gap there. In fact, there's so much cable there, I could probably do something like that. Do I have any more stickers left? I do have some actually. So that can stick, hopefully, down in there. And hopefully with that being in that chassis rail, it will be low enough that it's not going to cause an issue. And there's still plenty of flex for this to sit and go somewhere. Yep, trying to tape all of them. So those taped in place, they're taped in place, they're taped in place. That is the long power cable from there. And then these will also connect to the switches, etc. But I don't quite know where this is going to sit at the minute. I think it's going to sit there. So I haven't taped this in place yet. But according to Mike Lane instructions, there's going to be a void behind the dashboard. And there is a reasonable one here. So hopefully, by the time this goes in, with that taped in there, we should be good. Right, so they're connected. That wire's tucked down there. 57. Oh, is this where we're actually putting the... Okay, this is where we're actually putting the cockpit into the rolling chassis. This is brilliant, okay. Great bit of instruction. So just put the wiring together like that. The very next picture is that. So that's the roll cage and that's the chassis. So you don't fully understand straight away that that's what you're doing, putting the bodywork in, or the roll cage. So they haven't said about connecting the wires up either, but surely I'm meant to be doing that. Okay, yeah. So the wires would be coming out this side and this side. Connect the same coloured wires and hide them as shown. So obviously I need to make sure that I've got the correct coloured wires going to each other, which is a little bit more difficult because obviously I've got the Mike Lane power mod. Right, black and white cable. Where's the black and white cable go? I just want to make sure that all these work out first. Oh, black and white cable there. So that's the dashboard. So that's fine. Blue and black cable. We don't have anything on the cockpit for that. Black cable is this one. Now I'm only doing the connections now because, as I say, I've got the Mike Lane mod. I need to work it out which is which. And because there's a bit more slack on the Mike Lane mod, it should be a little bit easier to do. So we've got the green cable and a red cable. So red cable, green cable. So they're the other Mike Lane cables. In fact, I should be able to do that. There we go. So this one is the green cable. And the other one to the Mike Lane mod is the red cable. Are we in agreement? Green cable, green cable. That goes to the board. Red cable, red cable. And that goes to the board. Excellent. And then the power cable's plugged in. Got nothing in 4 on this one. So I know not all of these boards have everything attached, so I'm assuming that is the case on this one.
Someone has commented black white wire dashboard.
Yep, I found it. Thank you. So that's that one. I was trying to connect the Mike Lane ones first. The ones that are going to be different because all the Mike Lane ones are grey and black. So they're on a Y splitter. So just need to work out which one's which. So all of those are connected to the right colours now. I think that is going to probably stick just there. And we've got a 3M tape for that. So you can stick that on the back of there. Now I probably should test this, to be fair. I haven't done that yet. Try and work out the best location for this. Probably this side. Just because we don't have the steering linkage. So I'm going to stick it just there, I think. And then that can go like that. And I'll tell you what, if I grab my phone, I'll take a picture of that, and then Mike might be able to put that on his website. Right, so that black and white cable I can attach in a moment. Now, I don't have a screw in that point there. Where did we put the bulkhead in? Because I feel that I should have put a screw in there. That was when we put the bulkhead in. But I cannot see that we should have put a screw in that point. I just feel like there should be one going in there. Or does it go... Do we have a screw that goes in once it's all in? Can't see that we do. I feel like there should be a screw that goes down in there to hold that gearing in place. I can't see that I'm going to be able to have... No, I don't think there's going to be one that goes through this part and goes into there. But I cannot see when we put that bulkhead in that we were asked to put a screw in. We put the JM screws in for those struts. We put some cables in. Got two EP screws that held the bulkhead in. But I definitely cannot see at any point we were asked to put a screw in during the bulkhead installation. I don't think they even told us to line it up, to be fair. So that's the point there. Look, no screw. And we were not told to put a screw in there. And I can't see that when I put this in place that a screw is going to go into that point. So maybe leave it for now. And we'll just see what happens. Let's try and get the cockpit in. I need to connect that wire up. Something's preventing this from going in at the minute. What connects to this wire? Trying to work out is if it's because of where I've put that. See, I didn't want to put it on this side because it would obstruct the steering linkage. Can't really put that any higher. Can those cables go in other direction? It's definitely got to go further forward. I'm sure of it. Right, let's just pull that board off there for a minute. And we'll see what happens. That still gets stuck in the same sort of location. Looks like it is. So I don't think it's the mic lane board that's causing it to not go forward enough. Something's preventing this from going far enough forward. And I'm sure it's not this. That doesn't look right at the minute. Might even be something at the back here stopping it from going down. Circuit board's out of the way, cable's out of the way. Can't see that it's hitting on anything, but it definitely feels like it is. And see where it's meant to go down. That's out of the way, that's out of the way. Oh, wait a minute. Is it that piece? That looks like it's raised up. Do you know if I put a screw in there? In that chassis plate. Yep, need to put an HM screw in there. So let's see whether doing that makes a difference. And I don't think it's fouling on this, because I don't think it's even touching this part. But all of those are down and in there. Where's the mic lane board gone? There. Nope, feels like I'm still in the same position I was.
We checked on chat on a couple of suggestions.
Yeah, it does seem like it's sort of around this rear end. I don't think it's the wheel wells, because the wheel wells are pretty much straight and they are fully cut out. It feels like there's something under here, but at the same time I also can't see anything. And say, putting that screw in hasn't made any difference. And put that bit in first, then I can't put that bit down because of the gearing on the steering. And it's a good probably 8mm or so out at the moment. It definitely sounds like it's hitting something, but I cannot see anything that it's hitting against. Hmm. I was hoping this would be a quick bit. Clearly not. Why won't you go in? Can't see anything from underneath. And there looks to be plenty of clearance for this piece to clear these parts. Ah, damn it. That pipe's full now. Why is it fouling on? It might be fouling on these 2 points here. Possible. Against here. Which would mean that it's not far enough forward. So let's see what we can do with these wires and see whether we can get this to go any further forward. So there isn't a great deal of space for the wires to actually go. I know I've got the mic lane board in there, but I don't think that's really going to make a huge amount of difference. That runs under the car. Let's try putting that like that. Same with that one. So that's then over and in the footwell. Then we've got that one there, which is going to have plenty of space to disappear into this part of the bulkhead. So maybe it is just that it's not going quite far enough forward to clear those points. Shall I torch around here somewhere? Let's have a look. Yes, that's precisely what the problem is. It's not going far enough forward. So let's see if I can force it to go a little bit more forward and see whether I can get that to go in. Ah! Got it! Got it! Done! It's down, it's in place. Excellent. Now, can I untrap these wires? Can I get these wires to go and hide? Because this one should have gone around the other way, really. Well, as I suspected, that steering wheel's not linked. It might link to the gears, but it's not making the steering work. But I had my doubts right from the beginning for that. Right, so we've got that cable there. We've got that one out there. They need to go underneath that. Right, we need to secure this into place somehow. Right, so the first picture of that going into place was these two points here needing a couple of DM screws in. However, I think I'd feel better if I could do the underside ones first, which are NP screws. So let's keep that like so, and we'll use the roll cage. And I can check these holes. And I can't see any trapped cables in there, so brilliant. So NP screws, I'm going to use 4 of those, and that will get this at least secured in place. Still don't know what this cable's for. Right, if it was that difficult getting the roll cage in, I wonder how difficult it's going to be to get the body on. Oh, is something falling out, or is that a spare part that I had? No, that's a spare part I think I had. Don't think that one's going down properly on that side. That could be a slight issue with the wiring. That is not going down properly on this side. Wires are definitely out the way. Right, got it in. Have I put a screw in that one? I haven't. Right, I think that's a success. There we go. Right, now I'll put these DM screws in. Cheers, Mike. Yep, still going strong. In terms of stages, definitely past the halfway point. Right, so that's in like so. So DM screw, 4 of those. Then we've got 54C. What was 54C? Is that one of those blue pipes? Yes, 54C is one of these. Right, 54C says rod free. It's marked with an L. I need to try and work out where that goes. I think it goes in here. Like that. think that needs to go down further. Can't see any of a hole underneath there. Definitely looks like it goes into that hole there. Is there a hole underneath this? And if that's the case, yes there is. Then why did we put that on first and screw that down? Loosen that one so that can go in there, and then we can tighten that back down. Right. Thank you, Howard. Right, then we have this one, which is the right side. I know it goes in there because it's got this little cutout. And there is a point underneath here. And the only way you can get that to go in is by loosening this screw off. Right, that's those two in. Then we need 54A, which was find it. So it's over that one or that one. Are these also marked left and right? Yes, they are. Excellent. So let's try and work out where 54A is. I think it's going somewhere here. So it's going to be the left one, this one. Let's try and work this out. There is a hole there. Again, got such a close-up view, it's almost impossible to tell where it goes. We've got a hole there. Oh, I think I see where it goes. In that one there, I think. Question is, which way round does it go? Looks like it goes that way. Now, this is a plastic part, so I might have to bend it to try and get it to go where it's meant to go. And hopefully it'll snap it. I'm sure it goes in there like that. All I've succeeded in doing is snapping off that peg almost. Doesn't go that way around, does it? I'm sure that's where it goes. does seem to suggest it goes this way, with that one in there and then that one going in there. Just seems overly tight. It's in. God knows how much tension it's under. Got the same to do on this side. So that's going to go in there. Maybe I should put this one in first, actually. I think that seemed to work better on the other side. So that one in first. And then bend it. And hopefully get it to go in that hole. And that roll bar there has gone into the right place because you can see that it's sat into that metal piece that we put in earlier. Right, it's ish in. Good enough, I think. Right, so that was 54A, 54B. Attach platform to chassis, which is the NP screws, which I've already done. Oh, there's actually a couple more NP screws to go in. So flip that over. These two at the back here. There we are. So then it says about connecting the cables up. We've done that. And that is all there's to do in stage 57. I need to put that pipe back in, if I can. I think it's in, just about. Right, so next up is 58. Which is a little bit of cargo netting. It looked like 59 is the same same sort of style packaging. So we've got some clips of some description. I'm guessing they're for the straps. Now, before we get to those parts, we have this part. Let's move that out of the way for a minute. Because we've actually got all these pipe works to go in as well. Right, 57F. So 57F they are the ones that I determined to be the thicker pipes. And they are going to go on here, on these two. So one there, and one on there. With any luck, there we go. Have the rest of my Coca-Cola. Right, so we've got those pipes on there. Bring the rolling chassis back up and try and work out where this goes. It looks like it attaches just here. Like that. Now we've got a lot more pipe work to do. Looks like we need that piece. Now again, could have done this during stage 57 because it's all parts using 57. Maybe they thought there was enough to do in 57. Right, we need 57B, which looks to be one of those two. Oh, we should have a silver piece as well. There it is. And with that going that way, that's where the other 57B goes. 57C, we've got no lengths on this to tell us which is which. But I'm pretty sure all of these came from 57. So it is primarily a lot of guesswork. I'm going to go with 57C being that one. Then we have 57D, which looks like it could be a longer one, which is that one. That'll come off the top of there. I think that's all we're connecting. We've got that one slightly longer as well. We reckon 57D is a long one. 57O. Oh, 57O has a thing on the end, so it's not going to be that. Or 57E. So 57E and 57D, they're both coiled up. It's going to be hit and miss which one's the right length one. 57D, where's that going to actually end up going? Let's see if we can work that out first. So 57D is going to go across the back of the chassis frame. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just checking the length of the cable on the frame of the car. So 57D goes right across and goes into the hole there. Right, so it definitely can't be any shorter than that. 57D can't be any shorter than this one. So how long is this one? Right, that one is longer. So I'm inclined to say it's going to be this one. So that would leave that one to be, what cable? 57E. Can I see where 57E is going to go yet? Right, 57E, I can see. We're just trying to work out where it actually travels from. So rear left mudguard, which is that one. That's then going to go from approximately there. Oh, that goes to the fire extinguisher. So that's too short. So I would say that one's D, that one's going to be E. Let's have a look. Yeah. Right. And that could have all been solved by just giving us the length of the cables. And we could have worked it out. Right. So that one is going on there. This one is going on the top of here. So that's D and B. And then this one, this is another B. Going on there. And then this one is C. And that goes on like so. Excellent. So now we need the chassis again. And we have this piece that's mounting just in there. And then this cable from the top comes across here and then drops down into that hole just there. And then this one is going to go in here at the back. Push that in. And that one goes in the hole like that. And this goes to the nipple on this black box. I'll take a look at chat in a minute. Just try to run all these cables and work out where they're meant to go. Right, so that's in there, that's in there, that cable goes there, that cable goes there. I don't yet know where this one goes. Oh, that one goes into this hole here. Like that. Right, let's have a quick look down chat. So have you just started your Citroen build? Or have you done a couple now? No, you've done an introduction video, done through stage through 4. Okay, thanks, Howard. We shall see how that goes. Right, we have this little box down here, and we need 57N and 57O. So again, go back to, so O I think is going to be the longer one, N is going to be the shorter one. So just guessing, I think this one is N, I think it's shorter. But it's going on this little box down here. 57N is going on the inside one. Come on. And what do the other one? There it is. And the longer one is going on this side. Where are they going is the big question. So it looks like they are going through the back of the seats. So is this for their comms? For the radios or something? Because you've got one going through the driver's side, one going through the passenger side, like that. Then we need 57M, whatever 57M was. A little silver piece, apparently. .57M, is that piece that I've got here? That one. And we need 57E, a cable to go on the end of that. 57E, is that the only cable I've got left, actually, thinking about it? Yeah, this one. That's going on like so. And that's the rear mudguard left, which means it's going to go into that point there. Hopefully. Come on. Go in the hole. There you go. It went. Let's come out of that one. Right, then this goes all the way to the front to where the fire extinguisher is. We should potentially have 2 cables going onto that. I've only got 1 at the minute. I should probably run that on the inside of that roll cage, not the outside. So what's the other cable? Don't remember seeing a instruction to attach another cable to that. Do have a spare cable. Oh yeah, 43G. And where does that actually go? Oh, it goes to that box there. Okay. No one's going to see where this goes anyway. But it should go in there. And it basically just goes around the back of there. Like so. And then it should go. Come on. Down in that gap. Is the short answer. Down there. Yeah, good enough. It's in. It's got 2 things attached there anyway. Right, so now we need to do a netting. So let's just move that out of the way for a second. So we've got these little buckles, I guess. And that's going to go through like that. And then through like that. Do that for the other 3. And this is the point where I would cut and edit. Probably going to take a like 10-minute break soon, because I could do it going to the loo and probably making a fresh cup of tea before moving on. I'll get this netting in first, finish stage 58, which is just a case of putting this netting in. So this is going to go in the back here. And it's going to go round, it's going to go in that bit, like so. And then just round, try and work it out. So you're going to go around this pole here and this pole here. So it's like a little cargo net. So how does that actually work? Does that slide like that, and then we need to pass this back through? It should go that way, wouldn't it? Like that. So that then latches onto there. Excellent. So do the same that way. So that's going to have to come through there, and then up through that one. Like that. Spin it around. And again, that's going to have to go all the way that way. Pass it through the gap. Come on. How long has this stream been going, the second stream? I haven't actually checked. Just wonder if I need to quit it and make us a third one. Come on. Can't get it go through the buckle. Oh, come on. Got it. So that's that little cargo netting bit in place there. And that is the end of stage 58. So when we come back, we've got more netting to do apparently. Okay, 6 hours, that's okay. That's not too bad. Well, I'm hoping it's not going to take me 2 days, Howard. But I will take a quick 5-minute break or so, just to move around away from the workbench. So I'll see you shortly. we're back. So let's move that around. So we got stage 59. Just find that. We've got another bit of netting and some hard cable ties, maybe. So what are we doing with this? Oh, okay, so we're using those just to cable tie this in place. Where am I cable tying it? That's the big question. It looks like it's going on this side. This actually supports itself quite nicely with the roll cage, you know, and the fenders. So we've got this bit of netting. Just try and work out how it goes. It looks like it goes something like that. Yeah, I'm sure that's the way it goes. And then we just use the little cable ties. I'm not going to use all that many. So thread it through there. We thread it through there. And then I just cable it like that. I do those ones. Rach is given up, gone to bed. Don't think she's not gone to sleep just yet. But she's left the workshop. And just give you a quick status update. I've now been awake for 19 hours. Right, so that goes like that. I'm tempted just to use 2 of them. It's not going to move anywhere. It's fine like that. And I'm just going to do the same for stage 60 on the other side. If I can find stage 60, that would be a good start. There it is. Probably don't need those. I had all of these left. So I only used 2 on the first one. So I think I'll do the same with this one. So again, that's going to go in there, round there, and just tie up like that. So pop it in there, pop it in there, And we'll wrap it around like so. I'm being economical, Howard. And it's never going to fall down from there, is it? I don't see why you'd need more than 2. And you could probably get away with just that one that I've put in, to be fair. There we go. There is no need to use all the ties. We suggest you use at least 6. Pass. Right, now we've got stage 61, which is some seat belts. Right, so we've got some more of these little belt loops, or buckles, I guess. And then we've got the belts themselves. Right, so what are we doing with these? Let's move this out of the way for a minute. And then we can concentrate on the belts. Right, so you can lay them out like so. You've got these little, what looks to be almost ratchet mechanisms. It looks like that's just going to pass through underneath that, like so. Come on. Underneath that bar. There we go. Right, so that's those like so. And then we have these, which are going to go over and under. Like so. Just a quick zoom in, then you can see what I'm doing. So with this little buckle, it goes over that one, under the centre one, and then back out over the other one, like so. Oops. managed to twist it. Right, that way up. So then that's got to go like that. And hopefully it won't twist. There we go. Excellent. Last one. Over, under, back through, and over again. Don't twist. Right, so that's those prepared. Now we need the chassis again, and we're going to put these in place. So move all of those to there. Bring the chassis up. And now I'm just going to try and work out where we're actually attaching these to. It looks like it's going onto this bar here. So let's do a quick zoom out again. If I move the camera like that, I can keep it a little bit zoomed in for you. And then hopefully you can also see what I'm doing. Right. Am I tying this pipe to that? I'm tempted to, but the answer is no. Right, so that's going to go like that. But they've got that buckle on top, which would suggest that it goes under and over. Oh, I see how it goes actually. Yes, it does go over, but I've got to go through, basically follow the same path. So I might have been lazy on the cargo netting one. But basically, we need to go try not to trap that cable. Come here. We need to go through there, like that. But we then also need to go back through the other side as well. Like so. So that's on there, looking like that. Just need to do that for the rest of them now. There's two. Get on, third one. Through the gap. Through the gap. There we go. And then that one is going to go through that. Perfect. And then back through that one. Come on, go through. Oh, dang it. There it is. Excellent. Right. So presuming now we just need to wrap those back and go through the seats. Yes. And it's going to go over the cargo nesting. Go straight through here. Where does that latch piece go? It looks like it's potentially going to go through the seat back. Can it fit through? Yes. So second one. Going through there. Now I could adjust those so they're a little tighter, a little bit more taut, but I think this is going to be absolutely fine. And just turn that around, actually. It's going to be easier for the seat that's closest to me. Yes, Howard. Right, so that's the seat belts in. And now we need to go on to stage 62, and we've got more belts apparently. 62, there they are. More belts. Right, so this is for, I think, the spare wheel, actually. It looks like we've got to create. I'll create the belts first and put this out of the way. So we've got the hook that way. We have like a ratchet. We have one of these pieces. So that's the first thing. And it's going to go under, over, under, over, under. And it looks like it's quite up close to that one. I do have one belt that's different. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, should that have been that belt? Oh, I see. Hold on. It's actually that one with the hook. I want to pass that through like that. And then I needed this hook. Nope, I need to put this on first. Like that. Then I need to put this hook on. And then I need to put that back through this to secure the hook. Let's pull that a bit further along and see if I can adjust it in a minute. Because being nigh on impossible to get through, being so short. Don't start fraying the edges. There we go. That's through one bit. And then we're through that bit as well. There we go. Now, I don't actually know how long this is going to, or meant to be. So let's just pull that back a little bit. Make it look a little bit more like the picture. Something like that. Right, so that's that one created. And then the other one, I'll take that off of there. Actually, do I need to take it off there? I don't think I do. Because we've got one with the hook on already. And all I need to do is with that way around, put another hook on this end. If I'm honest, I wasn't expecting so many fiddly stages. Right, so we've got a hook on that one, on both ends. Not sure what we're doing with that one at the minute. Got these brackets there, which I'm going to need very shortly. So, looking at the boot section, so let's do that. It looks like we've got these 4 tie down points, and they're going to go around like this. And hopefully I can get this one in. Like that. We're going to secure those in place with some HP screws. Like so. And then we're going to use the hooks so we have this double hook, which is going to go on to that one. Or hopefully it will. And it's going to also go on to this one. Like so. And then this one is going to go on there. And then this black hook will hook over this strap here. And that just come off. We're going to put a spare tyre in this anyway, so presumably I need to take this off anyway. But that's how that's going to go. And it doesn't look like we're using this one at the minute. In fact, actually, I probably didn't even have that one, because the instructions actually only show 2 belts. So it looks like I had a spare belt. So we're actually going to move on to 63. So not much left to do for this part before we get onto the body. So where are we putting this? This is going between the rear shock towers. So that's going like so. We're going to use a couple of LM screws for that. One. And 2. Quick sip of tea. And then the other part of this is for the front end. And this is the air intake. Try and work out which way around it's going to go. That's going to go in there, like that, and then that's going to mount on the front there. So we've got an EP screw going in there and an EP screw going in there. So let's get this one in. And then hopefully we can line this one up. Like so. And then this is going to go over the top of this, like so. And we have 1, 2, 3 more EP screws. Right, I've just been told I've been dashed. Has this not refreshed again? It hasn't. Thank you, Spider Sprue. There we go. Appreciate it, Spider Sprue. And it's really interesting how this build goes together, because obviously this is pack 4. She doesn't get the delay, so I'm being told I've been dashed again, but I've already seen it. I've said yes. Does that mean I can keep going? I don't know. Has she given people permission for it to be a never-ending stream? She likes never-ending story. Let's zoom that back out. Right, so we've got the 3 EP screws in there. And that was all there was to do in that stage. So we can put this to one side, because let's have a look now. Do we need that chassis for any reason at all until such point as we need to put the body on it? I think the answer is no. Certainly not for the foreseeable future. It's bodywork time. So I think that's a finished rolling chassis. Let's zoom that out. There we are. I think that is a complete rolling chassis. Brilliant. Now that is definitely a milestone. Now, the question is, where can I put that so I don't trip over it? I can put it just there. Right, so next up, we have the body. I'm sure some people have gone to sleep. Some are in for the long haul. I've said thank you. Are you watching this live, Rach? Is there a little red live icon down there, or have you managed to rewind the stream? You seem very far behind the stream. Maybe she paused me. I'm sure she wishes she'd paused me in real life. Right, we need parts from issue stage 64. That's 65. Or is it just the body in 64? It's literally just the body in 64. And stage 64, okay, is the bodywork, and then it says about these holes. And it literally says, you will use the highlighted holes to install the side steps again in stage 65. Why couldn't this have been 65? Why was the bodywork just 64? That was it. Nothing to do. So we've got the side skirts, or side sills. So which one are we putting in first? Looks like this one, and that's going to be this one here. Okay, now this bodywork, as you can see, roll. Now this might be where I want to grab the pixel mat, and that'll just prevent it from rolling. Downside with the pixel mat is obviously this is a shape like this. You'd have to sort of like do a mirror shape. Right, that should be fine like that for the moment. We need some HM screws for that. 2 of them. How do I put that 2 zoomed in? Mirror that on the other side. I'm assuming these screw holes will be plugged or covered somehow. Right, now we have the windshield. That's the rear window. Windshield. So that's going to go in like so. Like so. And we need to flip it over and use the NM screws. So 2 NM screws in there and there. NM, not many of those left. That's the windshield in, and now we need to put the rear screen in. I've got a couple of tabs down the bottom here. Don't like when we have to flex these windshields. But there's no way around it. I need to get that tab to go in there. Come on. I'm scared I'm going to crack it. Got it. Excellent. Almost didn't need to use screws on that one. It's held in by sheer tension. Going to use 2 more NM screws. Yeah, it's actually got a little tear off strip. Only on the windscreen though, not on the rear screen. Multitasking there then, Ramon. Right, so that's the screen in, or both screens I should say. And now we have the roof lining. So we'll leave the bodywork upside down. So we've got the roof lining looking just like that. Now I'm instinctively just putting this in, but we have some 3M tape. Just need to peel off the backing. Just in those 2 places. Looks like it. That's then going to press down in there. And they're going to press down against the A-pillar, like so. Assume we are also securing that with some screws. We are. NM screws. And I've got 6 of those to go in. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. get the 4 corners in first, and then we'll do the centre ones. I like it. Alright, that was all 68, so now we need 69. Moving on to 69. And that is that one. Good. Not many parts. What was this box pack? Can't find box 4 now. Where's box 4? Can you remember what box 4 went up to? 72. So yeah, not many parts left in this pack. So we've got a tiny little spring. Assuming this is the door catch. That spring meant to sit in that recess. Sort of expect that it will. Like that. That's going to go on there like that. And then we've got a couple of HP screws to secure that together. Going to need that one. Right, so that's working. Put that to one side for a second. Then we have that piece going in there. And 2 DP screws will hold that in place. Excellent. E, repeat on other side. So what's that then? This? Yeah, I'm sure it's that. That's the door catch bit. We need an LM screw for that one. There's no left and right for those ones, is it? I don't know. They are marked B and C. Oh, that is the right one. And then that's a left one. I had a feeling it didn't look quite right. So that lines up straight down there now. Need another LM screw. Like so. And then parts for 70. Which is pretty much the opposite of what we've just done. So another door catch, don't lose the spring, and the B pillar. So we'll start off by assembling the door catch. Press the spring, make sure it goes in there, put that on top, and they were HP screws. See, I said that earlier, and I wasn't even sure whether you would know what HP sauce was, or whether you had it in Germany. So that catch is working. And then we have this piece. That's going to go in there. And some DP screws. So flip that over. Although there's still so many packs left, I feel like I'm getting towards the end because obviously now I'm working on the bodywork. Right, we've got these blocks. That's a right and that's a left. So this is the right side. So this is for the rear door. So that's going to slot into that point. And we need, oops, an EM screw for that. And it's going to be the same for this side. Slot that in there. Excellent. And next we have stage 71. Which is a door. So we've got the door catches there. We're going to be putting the door handle in. And to secure that, we have 2 TM screws. One. And second one. And then we need the door catch. Now, I haven't marked which one left and which one right on here. So, try and work out if there's a difference. They look like... I was going to say it looks like they're slanted, but they both look like they're slanted the same way. So maybe it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, and it says 69D. But I can't remember which one's which. I really don't think it makes a difference. They're not mirror images. Same length that side. Same length that side. I think they are identical. How are we securing those? DM screws. Ah, that explains it then. Door, wings, bumpers, lids, both ends. Yep. That's all we need to do. Simple. Right, that's stage 70 done. 71 even. Now we need 72. And that's the last stage in this pack. So start off by assembling the door mirror with an NM screw. And we've got the mirror card. Try and work out if there's a right and a wrong way up. I think there actually is. Gonna go with that one. And I think about it will. See if it fits better that way. It does look like it's shaped, but I'm sure it doesn't seem to fit either way properly. Good enough, I think. I'm going to take this piece and that's going to attach to there. And we need some OM screws to secure that together. Just put that first one in loose for the minute, just so I can line up this one. Might use a mechanical screwdriver. Right, and we're back. get the other one on to charge. Well, we shall see, Bugdus, if it's under 22 hours. Right, so that's secured there. We now need to take that piece and put it in there, and we're going to use some PM screws. One. Two. Should that have been? Yeah, I think that should be over that little sill part there. Like that. Perfect. Right, that was all there's to do in that stage, and all there's to do in that pack. So, let's find the next pack, which is going to be pack 5. And pack 5 contains 73 to 82. And we got a couple of bits in pack 9, which will probably be the other door. Let's move the body out of the way for a minute. And that door, and the door catch. Right, so 73, we're looking for that one. 77, 76, 82. 74, looks like we've got a window winder mechanism for that one. 80. 78. 81. Right, this is what we want. 73. Come on. There we go. So, now we need to do the inner door. So, starting with this piece, that's going to sit in like so. You've got 2 EP screws to secure that together. I'm actually surprised that I'm still doing the commentary, if you like, because I really thought that partway through this build I'd just build and probably build in silence. But I think I'm so used to dictating basically what I'm doing, or annotating, I don't know, commentating. Pick any word from the above. that I just do it naturally, I guess. EP again. So that's the door handle in, and that's all there's to do in that stage. 74 next. So it looks like we've got a bit of window glass and the mechanism. Well, sort of. It is bodywork now. So we've got. Oh, so we've got that. We've put the interior headlining in. We've started work on the doors. So we've got on the doors. And if I grab the chassis, that is pretty much a completed chassis with interior, bodywork, or I should say roll cage, and engine, suspension, exhaust, etc. So it's just waiting for the body to go over, really. I just have to construct the body first. So we're on the doors at the minute, or at least one of the front doors. And feel the grease and the oil over this lot. They haven't skimped on the grease, let's put it that way. Let's put that on there. Right, so we're assembling this onto this, and we're using an MM screw. There's so much grease on this, I'm not even going to worry about putting this one in oil. And then we have this arm, and that is going to go on this side. That's going to go into there, like that. We have a hole that's going to go onto that lug, apparently. Oh, wait a minute, is that way around? Like that. And then we've got another MM screw. Which is going to go into that point there. Right, so that's the window mechanism. And this is going to go in there. Try and work out all the points it's going to go over the top of, which looks to be like so. And we're going to be using some OP screws. Well, I'm not sure these are steel parts. They might be, but they don't feel like they would be. I think it's just the fact that there's a mechanical part. They've just decided to douse them in grease. Yeah, I think that's actually very similar to the skyline mechanism. Right, with that in like so, we've got our window winder. It's got it pointing up, which I've got it there. And then we're going to hold that in place with an screw. It doesn't quite look the same, if I'm honest. Secondary picture looks like... Oh, we've got the gear to go in, that's what it is. That looks better. Now we put the screw in. Not so tight it doesn't move. Right. That's fallen out of that hole. That won't be a problem once the window's in and hold those together. Well, hopefully I'm not going to make many more mistakes. Any more mistakes? Don't know. How hard can bodywork be, really? Come on. Right. Window. Going to get greasy fingerprints all over this. That's going to sit in that way around. And 2 more screws. So what's Mighty Mouse. DM is Danger Mouse, so I have Mighty Mouse. I'll look out for it in another video when you use some screws. So that's pretty loose, but the screw is tight. So that will allow it to move, obviously. And now we're going to be placing the window and interior door into the door. Let's just put that window up, I think, if I can. Probably going to be easier to place it all together, I think. He says. Oh, I see, there's a channel for the window to go into on the inside of the door. And try and get that lined up. Right. Is that in? Does the window move? No. Nope. No, that's come out of that channel, that's why. That screw is so loose, trying to get this to go together, and I can't tighten it anymore. It doesn't want to. I'm hoping by the time that the window is in place, it then won't move and can't come back out. Right, is that in? Is the window going to move? Yes. Okay, right. We need PM screws to secure that together. Right, does the window still work? Yes. Excellent. Not sure if that's going up far enough, if I'm honest. That seems to be its limit of travel. Oh, there we go. Got to go a bit further. So that's fully up. Just needs a little bit of a helping hand. There we go. That's definitely fully up. Right, so that's all there was to do in 74. So 75, looks like we've got another door. And that, I believe, is in pack 9. So this is pack 9. As you can see, 75 just there. we've also got 79 in this one as well. So that's an entire pack. So as you can see, not much to do in that one. So door handle in there. 2 TM screws. What time is it? About 2 o'clock in the morning. So if I want to do this in under 24 hours, I've got 7 hours remaining. Right, we need the door catch. 2 DM screws. So what do you reckon? 7 hours to do the bodywork? And how much can there be for bodywork, really? And there's not that many stages. I mean, we're at stage 74 out of 110. So what's that? 35 stages left, pretty much. That's 75. This was, and we're already on to 76. Now, I have to say, I have absolute full respect to Wayne when he attempted this. And I think if I'd done it on my own, with no prep work, then yeah, probably would have failed. But having seen how Wayne suffered, then I'm trying to work out whether that should be on there or not. I'm assuming that's protection for the window, not to peel it off. But yeah, having seen how Wayne suffered made me think, okay, if I'm going to do this, I need to plan in breaks. I've had breakfast, stopped for lunch, I've stopped for dinner. Now going through the night, I'll probably have another, I don't know, 10-15 minute break, just put my feet up, have a drink, and then carry on again. Right, so we've got the mirrors to go in first. Now I was having a quick look. I think Wayne managed 14 hours before giving up, or having to give up because he had a headache, obviously migraine. So not doing too bad, I think. 17 hours in. And to be fair, I think if I had to stop now, I think I'd probably be even more disappointed. Because I feel like I'm that close. And say, over probably, well, 2/3 of the way, I reckon. With 35 stages to go. Yeah, so that's just over 2/3, isn't it? Get the mirror in. That's then going to attach to that one. And we need OM screws for that. Oh, under 21 hours. Hey, Andrew. It is Andrew, isn't it? I'm sure it is. Yep, still going. Stage 76, this is. Yep, I'll do that when I go out. Yep, you did that as well. Yeah, still got the decals to do. So, we shall see. Well, it could just be a blue car, couldn't it? And I'd like to see it finished with the decals on. And that's where I'd class it as being finished. That was close. Almost stabbed myself. Right, that's the mirror. That's then going to go on to there. And we have... Oh, I haven't done the hinge yet. I know I haven't done the hinge. In fact, let's do that before I put that on. That round? Which round is it? That way. I'm sure it's that way. It's definitely that way around. Because they've got the pin there. Just doesn't seem to want to fit in. I seem to have lost my little mallet. What have I done with my little hammer? It just doesn't want to go in. I think it needs a little bit of persuasion. No, maybe I've got it to go in. I think the paint on this bit is probably a little too much. You can see it's just rubbing the paint off there. That's definitely better, I think. Seems to be now sitting down into that space. I think just a bit more off this one. Oh yeah, much better. And screw of choice is screws. Yep, that is a definite consideration. But we shall see how I feel when I get to that point, because I think the decals go on after the car is complete, isn't it? Because obviously got no decals on the door, so you need to make sure they're aligned. Of course, that would be a good one for Jordan, won't it? Because he'd be aligning the Subaru logo, so he will literally be aligning the stars. So we need the PM screws now for that one. 1, 2, 3, is it? No, just 2. The head on that screw is not very good. Right, so that was it for 76. So let's grab 77, which is the inner workings of the door. I say inner workings, just as the inner door card. The inner workings is the next stage. So first things first, that goes in there. 2 EP screws. And then we've got the door handle, and that's another EP screw for that one. And that was it for 77. So 78 is the next window. Again, I'm sure there's more grease on the outside of the bag as well as the inner parts. So much grease on the outside, I can't even open the bag. assembling another mechanism. Starting with that piece and that piece. And we need an screw. And again, with the amount of grease on there, I'm not going to use oil for this one. Certainly enough lubricant on here. And then we have this one, which is going to go like so. And another screw. Move the window to one side, bring the door card over. And that's going to sit in just like so. Right, let me just grab a paper towel and wipe my hands. Oh, dare to dream guess, 18 hours 45 minutes. Does that count if I have another break though? Because that's only an hour away. Right, we need 3 OP screws. Right, now we need the window winder, which is going to go in there, and we also need this gear. So drop the gear in like so. In fact, let's drop it in that way around. And then it was an MM screw again, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So that's the window mechanism winding nicely. And now we need our window, don't we? We do indeed. And that's going to sit like that. We need 2 more screws. And then we need to put the door on. Again, try and line up that pin on the window. think that actually worked. First time. Amazing. They were PM screws, weren't they? To secure that together. Yes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do the rear windows have window winders as well? Because we've got rear doors, haven't we? Be nice if they didn't have rear window winders. I don't actually know. I don't have the stream running to tell me how long. Surely it should say how long the stream's been running for. It's not been 12 hours, I'm sure. Can't remember where I stopped the first one. 8 hours? Might be getting on close to where I need to switch to a part 3. Running for 8 hours. Okay. So, not too bad. So, where are we with this pack at the minute? This is 73 to 82, and we're at 78. So I think when I get to 82, which is the end of this pack, I might do a quick stream refresh. I might take 5 as well. Wait a minute. We got. Oh, we're actually attaching this door to the body. We didn't do that for the first door. We need some VM screws for that one. They're going to be attached from the inside. My screwdriver might be a bit too long. Where's my little stubby ratchet? Thanks, Bagdis. That's useful to know. Okay, then it might be quicker to do the rear doors. Oh, okay. I forgot to mount the first door, did I? I'm assuming that's just the 2 VM screws. Yep, you're right. I don't know why I double checked. You're always right. Need a bit of oil for that. 2 doors mounted. And now we're moving on to one of the rear doors, which is stage 79. And 79 is in pack 9, I can see it. So, got a spring for the door catch, door handle, and part for the door catch. And that's everything for stage 79. So first thing we're going to do is assemble our door catch, spring, door catch, compress the spring, capture that with that bracket, and we're going to use some HP screws. Cheers, Steve. Yep, still going. Right, we need the rear door handle. Going in like so. And we're using an M screw for that. Just one in this one. And then we have the door catch, which is going in there. And we're going to use 2 DM screws for that one. Let's go with this one again. And that was all there's to do in stage 79. We now need stage 80. Right, for stage 80, we need that piece. And we should have door handle. Can I guess it's an EP screw? I can. Then we need this piece, which is going in there. We need the window to go over the top of that. And then we've got 2 LM screws to secure that in place. Completely missed a hole there. They're going down. Definitely going down. I would say out of all of them, we've still got a pretty good lead on LM screws. So that was A. B was the back bit, C was the window, and D is now doing the hinge. And we need some UM screws. Two of those. Now we place that on there, and we need some more LM screws. 3 of those. And then we're going to use some VM screws and we're going to mount this door to the bodywork. Ah, dang it. Just noticed I put that piece and haven't put it over the top of that. Is there an easy way to fix that? No, not without taking this out. That's it. There we go. Quick fix. Now the door's going to go on and hopefully close properly. Well, don't tell me I put that hinge on the back to front. I think I put the hinge on back to front or upside down as well. No, it doesn't look like it. Ah, there we go. The door doesn't seem to be shutting very well. Or lining up, I should say. Right. Flip that over. Okay, I might have to do it this way. Thought the rear door was going to be easier to fit. Right, the M screw. Oh, I need the stubby ratchet, don't I? What have I done with it? There it is. Oh, well, that completely missed the hinge. Hey everyone. Yeah, well, all is going well so far. Pretty much got the entire rolling chassis done in the interior. So now we're well away with the bodywork. That was stage 80. And then 81, we need the other door. So we'll put the bodywork down again. And scalpel. And again, going to start off by creating the door pin. And the HP screws, yes. Yeah, that screw will line up at a minute. Let's try this side first. There it goes. Well, there's the other side anyway. I'm just hoping that it might help me line up with this one. Yep, that's going in. Excellent. Can't. Right, release the door from packaging. And we've got our door handle. It was an NM screw. Yep. I think that's our last NM screw. Door catch going in there. We've got 2 DM screws for that one. Well, what was it? It's 80. Well, this is stage 81. Effectively after this door, yeah, there'll be a break because that'll be stage 82, and that'll be the end of this build pack. And what I'll do is I'll do a stream refresh, so there'll be a part 3. So that was the end of stage 81. And yeah, now we have 82, which is the last issue in this build pack, as I say. So first things first, door handle in there. EP screw in there. Line this one up properly this time. It does have a pin to go in, like that. Then the window, and then we've got 2 LM screws. Already got one out. So that's the window in. Now we need the hinge. And the hinge plate. And we need 2 UM screws. Just adjust that a little bit better. There we are. And then we're going to be mounting this, aren't we? So that goes in there. We have 3 LM screws to secure that in place, and then we've got the VM screws to secure it to the car. One more LM screw. Bring the bodywork back up. Use that scalpel. Just open up the front door. Where's the little stuffy gone? There it is. One, 2 VM screws. Yeah, no worries. They seem pretty good at the minute, Howard. And I just noticed that, as well as that comment. Thank you, Howard. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably tighten that hinge up a bit, actually. But I think that's only these screws. Maybe a little bit loose, but it's certainly not what I'd class as floppy. Yeah, there's a movement in there, but They seem fine. Right, that is actually all to do in that stage, and all there is to do in that build pack. And it looks like the next step, we do get some decals, but we're not using them straight away. So, I'm going to put the bodywork to one side. I'm going to quickly pop the loo. I'm going to stop this stream and start a new stream. So I will, as I say, start a new stream almost straight away after this one. So keep an eye out for that one. But for now, I will be right back.